This live session by Intellipaat. So in this session, we're going to look into the Azure Data Factory tutorial, where we'll be starting from the very basic of Azure to the most advanced concepts and also end with interview questions. So now before moving on with this live session, please subscribe to our channel so that you don't miss our upcoming videos, and also leave a like if you enjoy our content. Now, before moving on with this session, let's take a quick glance at the agenda. So we'll start off with the very basic of Azure. So we'll be looking into various concepts and also looking into the pricing models available in Azure. Once that is done, we'll move on to concepts like pricing calculator, where we'll be understanding how you can calculate certain services price using the calculator itself, and also other concepts like subscriptions and also how to create budgets using subscriptions. After that, we'll move on to data lake, where we'll be understanding why do we need data lake and also the data lake architecture. And after that, we'll be looking into storage accounts and also how to create storage accounts and why they are really important. And after that, we'll be looking into how to create a pipeline using Azure Data Factory. So once we learn to do that, we'll move on to the final part of this particular session, which would be Azure interview questions with answers. So now, without any further delay, let's begin with this session.
I'll just show you how can you scale up few things. Okay, just see here, if I'm having SQL database, I'll just click on SQL database. Let's have a database called as customer DB. So basically, I'm trying to give you the example hypothetical way. The web portal is interacting with the customer database, and customer database is only able to support 500 customers at this point of time. So I need to just scale it up in order to support 1,000 subscribers. So what I need to do, I'll just go to this configure button, configure option, and then you see, right, there are a lot of options within. So at this point of time, I'm just using 5 DTU. So you don't have to get bothered about the components of Azure SQL at this point of time. I'm just telling you from scalability perspective. DTU is nothing but database transaction unit. More the DTU, more is the input, output, and CPU. When I say input, output, input is request, output is response, and CPU is the processing power. Okay, so now if I am having 5 DTU, let's assume that I'm able to support 500 subscribers, not more than that. Now if I want to support more number of subscribers, obviously I need to increase my input, output, and CPU, right? Because 1,000 requests will come in, I should be able to respond 1,000 times, plus the CPU power I need to increase, right? Because more the CPU, more the request you will be able to support. So what I'll do, I'll be increasing the number of DTU. So I can go to standard, and you can see it starts from 10. Let's say 10 is also not enough. I can go to 20, 50, 100, and so on and so forth. Let's say I'm clicking on apply. It will take just around 2 to 3 minutes of time. And this is the notification icon, okay? And I'll be able to see that, okay, the upscaling is in progress over in the notification tab. If I click on apply, right, I can come to here, the notification tab. I'll be able to observe that, okay, it is in progress. Once it is complete, I'll again get the notification over here. So you guys understood, right? This is the scale up, and scaling up again only takes 2 to 3 minutes of time. Now in on-premise world, there is never an option to scale down, right? If let's say that I'm coming to this 100, right, 100 D2, so the payment will be, you can see here, 10,000 INR per month. So if I have invested this much of amount in on-premise, I'll be staying live with it. Okay, but let's say that scale down, right? I can immediately scale down when the seasonal peak is not there. Let's say I'll again roll back to 5 DTU over here. And what is the payment that I'm doing total? Only 300 INR. You get the point, right? And I can scale down and then click on apply again, and then you can again watch the notification icon if the scale down is done or not. So did you guys get me the scalability scale down problem in on-premise, which is no more there in Azure ecosystem? Okay. And in addition to that, I just spoke about the scalability problem. There are a lot of such components. Okay. If I show you the access management, yeah, you can see this access control. Right? This access control is common to any of the services. I'm just showing you with respect to SQL Server. I can choose any resource and show the same thing. You can define your role assignments. Okay, you can only put those people who are actually intended to use this SQL Server, and all these security things, right, are actually having a common framework. Makes sense, right? Now can you guys highlight on what is the advantage of Azure over on-premise from the context that I provided in total? I'll talk about the one more important aspect about the Azure sign up. Okay, this portal is very important. before talking about any of the portal walkthrough, I want to explain you the sign up process. How will you come to this particular page? So first and foremost thing, portal.azure.com. This is important. Okay. So using this portal.azure.com, it will ask you to provide a sign up. So it will give you the sign in page. You can just try to put a click on the link where it says sign up. Once you click on sign up, you'll be asked to put a email ID. You can put your personal email aliases like Gmail, Yahoo, Live, Outlook, any other email account. Don't use your organizational account. Okay, when you're signing up. So when you're signing up, use any of your personal email aliases. Once you sign up, it will ask you to choose a subscription. I will tell you how the page will look like. Okay. So you can provide all your details like first name, last name, email, phone number, etc. Once you do that, okay. So when you're in the process of sign up, right, it will ask you to choose a subscription. So you can see here, it will ask you to choose free trial, pay as you go, and Azure for students. So I don't believe this is an option for you, only for the people who are going university, right? They might be able to put the subscription, it'll ask you for some registration number, etc. And if the university has tied up with Microsoft, those people might get 12 months of free subscription. But just forget about this subscription for the time being. You can just focus about free trial or pay as you go subscription. What is pay as you go? It means that when you have adopted this subscription will anyways be linked with your credit card. You have to provide the credit card in order for the sign up process to get over. Once you do that and you have adopted pay as you go, it means when you're creating a service like SQL Server, Data Factory, storage account, virtual machine, virtual network, etc., you need to pay as you're using the service. Okay, so that is purely pay as you go. And then end of the billing cycle, you might get your charge coming up in your credit card statement, and you have to pay the monthly price of those services which you have used. And let's say that you have just spun up a SQL Server resource for a day or two. After that, you have closed. You don't have to pay the entire month cost. You remember it? I showcased you the basic version of SQL Server was just costing me 300 INR. That was a monthly cost. But if I have spinned up just 2 days and then I have deleted or stopped the service using it, you can simply do 300 by 30 multiplied by 2, and that is the cost that you're going to pay. Clear to everyone, right? What is pay as you go? Now I'll come to free trial, which you guys need to adopt. So when adopting this, you still need to provide your credit card information. The purpose of credit card is to just make sure that the user is a legitimate one. Otherwise, Microsoft can never understand that if the user is a legitimate one or not. Just to ensure that you are a legitimate user, you have to link your credit card. It will deduct some 1 rupee if you're in India. It will deduct $1 if you're from US. Similarly, £1 if you're in UK, and then it'll again fund you back the same amount. Whatever is deducted, it will just return you back. Just the purpose is to check if you are a legitimate user or not, and your credit card is legitimate or not. Once that process is done, you will be getting $200 of free credit or 13,000 INR of free credit. Makes sense? 13,000 INR or $200. You can equate based on your region and location, right? You can try to equate with respect to $200 how much you're getting. Okay, and that will be for 30 days of time frame. So it means, let's say that in next 10 days of time, if I'm exhausting my $200, then I'm done. My subscription is disabled. I'll not be able to use any of the services. But let's say that I'm not using it efficiently, and then 30 days has passed by. Then also the subscription will get disabled. So that is the rule. Makes sense, right? So when you're learning, you can try using free trial account, select this particular offer, and complete the sign up process. As soon as you complete, you can again come to portal.azure.com, sign in, provide your username and password. You will be coming to the home page of the portal. So here, if I'm trying to create a SQL database, I'm not asked to provide any operating system information. All those infrastructure related information, I'm not being asked. So you can say so we follow the same order. Again, because we are creating a resource, it is asking me to provide subscription resource group. And you can see I'm only being asked the database name, the server name, and then I'll talk about these options when we talk in depth about Azure SQL. I just want to explain the past model right now. I'll set up some configuration, review plus create, and it's done. So I'm nowhere asked about the operating system. I'm nowhere asked about what kind of CPU configuration I'm going to get, nothing. So it comes as a package. And moreover, if you think from licensing aspect, I'm not putting any licensing to this SQL database because it is coming as a package, right? So Microsoft understands that the infrastructure it has to handle, because I'm going with PaaS. So that is PaaS for you. So similarly, there are other services like storage account, Databricks. All those things are PaaS based services. So the what is IaaS based services? The virtual machine is a pure IaaS based service. Now coming to SaaS, software as a service, it is even more advanced compared to IaaS and PaaS. So when you listed when you mentioned about Dropbox, Microsoft Office, Teams, are you coding anything? You're not coding anything, right? You're just simply using the application. That is SaaS for you. Similarly, there are some enterprise applications within Azure like Xbox.com, Teams, and Skype. All those things are purely SaaS-based application. So in SaaS-based application, you're just simply using the service given to you by Microsoft. In PaaS, you're getting the resource. Now you are actually building the service on top of the resource like Azure SQL, Databricks, etc. You have to be little mindful about these differences. Okay, I'll just repeat again. In IaaS, you have to take responsibility from operating system. In PaaS, you will directly get the resource and you have to build components on top of that, like Azure SQL. So let's say you got Azure SQL, now you will be building tables, stored procedures, etc. And then you make the application live. That is PaaS for you. In SaaS, the example is Teams, like you mentioned, Dropbox, Teams, Skype.com, Xbox.com, etc. Okay, now let me talk about the deployment models. Okay, so there are three types of cloud: public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. So the best example of public cloud is Azure, AWS, GCP, etc. And what about private cloud? When you remember it, I gave an example saying that Mastercard gave a requirement to Infosys for a particular requirement. So when Infosys procured a lot of components, they also procured virtual network components, is what I mentioned, right? So they are actually building a secure system within Infosys on-premise, and then we call that as private cloud because that is only accessible to my Mastercard people. Only Mastercard people can authenticate to the private cloud, which is set up by Infosys, because that is the service, right? That is the vendor. Makes sense, right? Public cloud is something when multiple companies can, or multiple projects can build on top of the same cloud. Yeah, the line of difference will be there. I'll have my own subscription, that team will have a different subscription, another team will have a different AAD altogether. So that way we are always separate. But end of the day, if 3 4 or more number of projects are using the same Azure ecosystem, right, then Azure is called as a public cloud. But if you have built something in house and you know that you are only supporting one customer, that is actually private cloud. If you are supporting two customers in the same on premise, it is again a public cloud. Okay, so hybrid cloud is actually a combination of both public and private. So I told that you can use Azure AD sync tool in order to migrate all your user groups into the cloud system. So when is the point when you decide you have to use hybrid cloud? Let's say for the last 5 years of time you have invested heavily on on-premise ecosystem, and suddenly because cloud is in demand, you cannot immediately move to cloud, right? The entire system you cannot move it to cloud. So for that particular sake, at least the company realizes or the project realizes that okay, we have spent 5 years of time in on-premise. Now let's do one thing. Now whenever we want additional resources or services, right? Now from now on we'll adopt cloud. So all these components of on-premise will still hold good, but from then on we are adopting cloud ecosystem. But in order to get into cloud, it should be a single network, right? Because when customers are adopting that service might connect to cloud, that service might connect to on-premise. It We cannot educate the customer saying that for this particular service you can use cloud, for this particular service you can use on-premise. For customer, it should be very seamless in nature. So what we are saying is, as a project, we can put our certain components in on-premise, certain components in cloud, but a single virtual network covering both cloud as well as on-premise. That is hybrid cloud for you. Make sense? You should never think that okay, now I cannot use a cloud because I have already invested time on on-premise. Again, I'll go ahead with additional resources, again put them in on-premise. You don't have to think that. So you can build the services within cloud, migrate all your users groups into the cloud ecosystem. That way your AD is in sync at both the places, and it's a two-way communication if you install that AAD sync app. And that way the all the users if you create from cloud gets migrated to on-premise and vice versa, and the same thing for groups. Okay, So you can remember these three deployment model. If at all you have already invested, you can still go ahead and implement few things in cloud and then have the single virtual network so that the customer can have a good experience, and even the project people who get connected to the virtual network using those RSA tokens, right, they can still use the same thing. Okay, talking about this particular hierarchy, right, that is AAD, and then subscription, and then we have resource group, and then we have resources. So this, you can consider this as a multi-level hierarchy. Okay, so one AAD can have multiple subscriptions, one subscription can have multiple resource groups, one resource group can have multiple resources. Okay, so when we signed up to this portal, we automatically got the Azure Active Directory. Okay, because we signed up, we became the global administrator of this directory. What do you mean by global administrator? You can literally do anything and everything within the directory. You can add users, you can add groups, delete users, delete groups, add assignment, revoke assignments, and whatnot. You can create resources at your will, and a lot of things you can do. That we understood. And what is subscription? Subscription, I mentioned it, like you have Netflix subscription to watch movies. Similarly, you need a subscription model which is actually linked to your credit card. You can use a subscription in order to create any of the resources from out of services which is given to you by Microsoft. Okay, only subscription. After having subscription, you can actually go ahead and create a lot of resources. Okay, under subscription, we have resource group. That is just a way of classifying a set of resources. And then comes to resources, the environment related things, right? I was giving an example. So if it is a very big project, right, you can actually segregate with respect to AAD itself. So I can say that this particular AAD is my dev AAD. And there can be another AAD for UI, another AAD for production as well. But let's say if it is a medium scale project, you can segregate environment with respect to subscription. So A subscription for UAT, B subscription for pre-production, C subscription for production. And if it is a very small scale project, right, you can segregate with respect to resource group also. It is all fine. Why this particular segregation? I'll tell you, because whatever levels I talked about, right, AAD, subscription, resource group, you can all manage these things using access control. So you know, right, let's say your company has the team division like development team, testing team, production team, etc. So testing team doesn't need to have write access almost anywhere, right? They may not, right? But development team needs to have access in development environment, and maybe having read access in test and read access in production. So based on your role, the things changes, right? So that's why whenever I spoke about AAD subscription resource group, you can manage all these things using access control. When I say access control, you can manage users, groups, etc. And I can make a security group saying that this is a development security group. Same way for testing and production. And only the production security group people will have access to production. And development SG will have write access to development environment or the development resource group, and read access to test resource group, and read access to production resource group. So based on security group, I can actually differentiate with respect to access control. Agreed, everyone? And did you understand the hierarchy now? So if you see this particular example, right, this SQL database which I was trying to create, you can see here, because I have already signed in, I'm already in my Active Directory. So AAD is already selected. Now I'm choosing subscription. This is the first thing that I'm being asked, right? And you can see here, I have put the same item subscription over here. Okay. And then comes resource group. Okay, I have selected a particular resource group which I already had. That is nothing but this resource group. And then resource is the SQL database which I'm creating. This is the resource. So there is a thin line of difference between service and resource. Some people call it as a service, some people call it as a resource. So what I call is something which is offered to you is a service. But once you have created something out of the service, you call that as a resource. So once I create, so SQL database is a service which is given to you by Microsoft. But once I have created this, right, this SQL database, and let's say I have put a name to this as let's say ABC DB. Okay, then ABC DB is my resource. Okay, service is just an offering, but once you create, you call that as a resource. Okay, you can just note it down this particular hierarchy plus the difference between service and a resource. So service is just an offering. So what does Azure Microsoft provide you? It can provide you Databricks, it can provide you SQL database, it can provide you virtual machine, NSG, a lot of things, right? Like Cosmos DB, NoSQL, etc. But these are just the service offering. But once you create resource out of, you can only create a resource. So if I want to create a database, then I'll call that database as a resource because that is existing in the system, right? Something which is offered to you that actually doesn't exist in the system. You get my point, right? That is just a service offering. But once you have created a tangible or intangible service out of those things, right, you call that as a resource because you can actually connect to that SQL database using SSMS, and that's the database for you. And that's the database which your application might be using. Okay. Now environment is a different thing altogether. It will be a dev, UAT, and then production. Okay, when you release something, you are actually releasing out of master into the build pipeline, and then the release pipeline will release into dev, UAT, and production separately. But the source of truth is not dev environment. The source of truth is my master branch. Okay. As soon as I clicked on view, I got this particular page. Okay. So this is Azure SQL database based options. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select few options. Let's selecting East US as the option. Okay. And then I will go to type database. It's a single database. I'll be selecting single database. Then backup storage tier as RAGRS. So don't be focused about these options at this point of time. I'm just trying to showcase you the pricing. Okay, if I scroll a little down, I'll be able to see my average monthly cost. So similarly, if I change my configuration, right, I'll again scroll up. Okay, and then let me select some configuration, and then I'll scroll down again. I'll be able to see a different cost. I changed from vCore to DPU. So you don't have to worry about these things because when I'm talking about Azure SQL, I'll talk in depth. But for now, I'm just saying that if you are selecting a particular option, the pricing comes up instantaneously. You don't have to incur cost on that resource and then understand the actual cost. You can actually forecast the cost based on the options that you select. Okay. So I'm able to see that the monthly cost is $4.9 at this point of time based on my selection. And if you want to go with a higher model, you can see the cost accordingly. So when does it help you? When talking to your client, right? When the project in very nascent stages, your architect might be having discussion with your customer, and then customer will say that, okay, bring me the forecast estimate or ballpark estimate of what cost my project is going to incur. Okay, so the same way I can do for Azure SQL, virtual machine, Databricks, storage account, etc. And I can come up with a particular number. I'll say that it is 70% accurate at that point of time because when the actual implementation happens, the configuration might be little higher. But at least this is my starting point. So at least the architects in the team have some starting point as a reference, the pricing calculator, and then can calculate the forecasted cost. Makes sense to everyone? Now I'll show you how to calculate the actual cost. I know there is a little bit of delay in the screen. I agree. Type in subscription in the search box and then click on subscription. And now let me select one of my subscriptions. Let's say a demo subscription for the time being. I think it is taking some time. And in meanwhile, it will display the chart. I'll explain you in a while what is this particular chart. It is still loading for me. Just give a second. So what you're able to see is this is the month. The billing period is from February 15th to March 14th. Okay. So for this particular duration, I have actually invested. I've actually incurred 1,025 rupees at this point of time so far, and you can see what kind of budget I've set. And this graph is an accumulated graph. So I can change the granularity of the graph to daily from accumulated to daily. Then I'll be able to see the daily cost from February 15 till the end of cycle. And then the bar graph, right, which is in light green, these are the forecast cost basically. So it understands the trend and it will be able to calculate the overall forecast cost as well. So based on my cost rate, it is also saying that the forecast cost is 1,441 rupees end of the billing cycle. So is it not a good thing that beforehand itself I'm able to understand the forecast cost, and at the same time
Yeah.
I'm able to calculate my actual cost as well, and at the same time I will also be able to separate this cost with respect to resources and resource groups. So if I select group by resource group, okay, so I will be able to see the same bar graph but segregated with respect to resource group now. And I can also do the same thing with respect to resource. Just observe here. Yeah. So if I'm grouping it by resource, you can see, right? So the one in blue is the event hub namespace, and then if I go a little top, it is the SQL database where I'm incurring some cost, and then the purple one, I can see it is source database. This is also a SQL database, and then the one in green. So I have few alerts. Some pipeline is failing currently, and hence I'm getting some cost incurred. That is on Data Factory. I'm literally able to see, okay, sometimes you can say that, okay, why am I getting invested a lot of money on event hub? Then you can take some proactive measure in at least lowering the configuration of your event hub. And if something is failing also, you can understand that, okay, my pipeline is failing, that's why I'm incurring some costs, so I can rectify those things as well. Make sense to everyone? Okay. After cost or the forecast cost versus the actual cost, let us set up some budget. Okay, so when I say budget, right, I want to say that, okay, my budget is 3000 INR per month. So that doesn't mean that after spending 3000, when the actual cost comes to 3000, my services stop. No, that is not going to happen. What I'm saying is, when my actual cost is nearing 3000, I will receive an alert in the form of SMS or email. So that is what I meant by budget. When I say budget, I don't mean to say that the services will stop. I'll still continue my services, but at least I'm getting some alerts and I can take some rectification measure. Now let's go to budget. So let's do one thing. Let's click on add, and then we'll explain you what is happening behind the scene. Okay. We are going to set up some budget. So yeah, let the screen come up. Okay, you can see that I clicked on add and I'm able to see the create budget option. And then I'll scroll down and you can select the scope. Because I'm tracking the subscription, I'm tracking the cost at subscription level. My scope is same as demo subscription. Okay, and then I will start providing the budget name. Let's say I'm putting the budget name as 3000 INR, right? 3000 INR, and then let the reset period be monthly, calendar monthly. If I make it to billing monthly, it's a different cycle date. It all depends on when you have adopted the subscription. But if I choose the calendar monthly, it means first of the month till end of the month. And then as I am in the month of March, creation date and the expiry. And as I have selected 3000 INR, right, I'm going to put the value over here, and it has automatically detected the currency in INR because my location, when I chose the subscription, right, I'm from India is what I mentioned, and my credit card is also Indian credit card. Hence, the value is in INR. If based on your location, it will vary automatically. And then I will scroll down to see that, okay, it is also displaying a graph of how much of expenditure I have been doing the last few months. You can see the graph over here. So since September, October, November, December, I have incurred some considerable amount of money, right? And then January, I did not take much of classes. February, I did not take much of classes, and hence I am not contributing that much cost over here. Again, I have started the session on March, and then I have started spending some amount of money over here. So basically, it is trying to tell me what kind of trend I'm currently following. Okay, this chart really helps me deciding what kind of budget I need to actually put. Now clicking on next will take me to this particular page. Okay, you can see it here. And as I set the budget to 3000, right? And if I put 75% of the budget, which equates to 2250, you can see, right? What I'm doing is I want to receive an alert as in when my budget is actually reaching 75% of its value. So 75% of 3000 is 2250. Or somebody might say that, no, I don't want to receive beforehand. I want to receive as soon as the actual cost reaches 3000. In that case, I need to set up the percentage budget as 100. And as soon as I do that, I will receive an alert as soon as my amount reaches, the actual cost reaches 3000. Okay. Then I will click on manage action group. You can see the option below, right? Below the percentage of budget, there is an option to click on manage action group. So as soon as I click on manage action group, this is the actionable item I'm going to perform when the actual cost reaches 3000. That is the instruction I'm trying to provide. So you have to pay, right? When the alert is when the actual cost is reaching 3000, you have to perform some action. That action is defined through action group. Now when I'm trying to create the action group, it is again asking me to choose the subscription and then resource group, and then it'll ask me to choose the action group name as well. So I will put those items over here. Okay, and then click on review. Go to notification. Okay, I will select the notification type as email, SMS, push, or voice. And then I'll again provide a name saying email me or email myself. And then I'll have to click on edit to get to the particular pop-up. Okay, I will put my email alias.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then if you want to put a number, you can do so here. If you put 91 and then the number. But just to demonstrate the example, I'll just put email. But I think you have understood the logic, right? If you want to receive an SMS, you can just put the SMS option over here, the checkbox, and put your number. So whenever the alert whenever the actual cost reaches 3000, you will receive both email as well as SMS to this particular number. So for now, let me select just email and then click on OK. Just create, and you can see the notification tab. Again click on create, and then you can see the notification tab that the action group is getting created. Let it get created first. So as we created the action group, I'll again click on create budget option over here. So I have selected the action group which we defined it, email Sangrampi. At the same time, I'll be able to provide alert recipient. So I provided my own email address again in the alert recipient. And if I scroll down, I will see all the options that we saw, right? And then click on create. Let me click on create. Now it is validating. So when you click on create, it will be created. Actual cost reaches 3000. We want to receive an email alert. So what I'm going to do, I'll just show you an email how it generally appears. So I'm going to outlook.com, my personal email account, and then I will show you a particular email. See my screen, right? The budget name which I had created already was budget 3K. Okay, so you can see this screen, right? This is the budget email that I received once my actual cost actually went more than the notification threshold. Makes sense, right? This particular email makes sense. We'll be discussing about Azure Data Lake. Okay, so Azure Data Lake has two components within. It has storage account as well as ADLS Gen 2. So ADLS Gen 2 is a jazzy word in the market as well, and then it's really a resource or a service offering which is given to you by Microsoft Azure. So what is the purpose of this storage account? So when I say data lake, right, just consider data lake to be either storage account or ADLS Gen 2. Before talking about the definition, I will tell you what is that resource. So storage account can also be considered as a lake account. So storage account, you see, right? This is itself the two flavors within. So you have two flavors within the storage account itself. One is the general storage account, and another is the ADLS Gen 2. So while creating, I'll show you both the flavors. But just consider when I'm talking about lake, it can be either storage account or ADLS Gen 2. Okay. So what is data lake account? So data lake can help you to store any kind of data. So it says that you can store any kind of blobs. When I say blob, right, blob can be CSV file, blob can be Parquet file, ORC, MPEG file, any particular file which can come in our mind. You can actually go ahead and save that data in data lake. And the good thing about data lake is, even if you don't have, you did not provide any instruction about while saving the data, right? Let's say that data size is of 1 GB, or let's say it's of 10 GB the size, right? It will internally split the data into multiple chunks and then save it in a distributed manner. And when you extract the data again from the lake, it will be again a distributed read for you. So that's why you see a better performance when reading as well as when writing. So that's the beauty about data lake. And on the data restriction, data size restriction, there is basically no restriction in the size of data. So more the amount of data you save, obviously you are paying more. That you should always keep in mind. But if you save less, if you store less, you will basically pay less as well. And the costing of storage account, so just be mindful about this. Costing of storage account is just not related to storage cost. It also deals with the read cost, write cost as well. So let's say that I have stored my data once. Okay, let's say I have stored some 10 GB of data. Now I'm just not paying for that 10 GB of storage. And let's say I have a lot of customers who keep on reading the data from my storage account. So that read is also attributed within the storage account cost. And when I'm writing information to the storage account, that time also I'm incurring cost. So there are three components to the storage account cost. One is the storage cost, one is the read cost, and another is write cost. These three components. Okay, so I will just iterate through the theory in just 5 minutes or so, and then I will move on to the portal. Okay, so just watch out here. So it says the main objective of building a data lake is to offer a unrefined view of data to data scientists. With the increase in data volume, data quality, and metadata, the quality of analysis also increases. Data lake offer business agility. Then machine learning and artificial intelligence can be used to make profitable prediction. Data lake gives a 360-degree view of customers and makes analysis more robust. Okay, these are the just the definitions of data lake. Right? I'll just give you in simpler language. Now, in today's world, if you are using SQL database, right, for storing data as well as doing reports, you can actually do the same from Lake as well. So instead of keeping the data in stage format, I generally call it as raw format. Okay. So in SQL world, you will call something as staging. In Lake world, we call that as raw file. So let's say customer is providing me some file. I'll store as is into my storage account, and I will call that as a raw file. And I start processing the raw file, and into there are multiple. Okay, no problem. So this is the lake architecture. Okay, so you might have heard about lake house architecture. At least you might have heard about this the terminology, right? Lake house architecture. So I'll just explain about the lake architecture. Okay. So when data comes in from external system, right? Let's say upstream. This is the upstream where I'm getting the data. So I store in my lake in raw. I'll call that as a raw zone. Okay, and then I do some data quality checks, and then I store it in gold layer. I call this as gold because only when data quality succeeds, I will move the data from raw to gold. So what is the data quality check? Let's say I want to count the number of records before moving it to the gold layer. If the count is not nearby compared to the last raw file, right, then I will discard the I'll stop the processing. I'll not move the raw data to gold data. In a way, I'm actually providing more security checks before even moving to gold. Now I'll tell you more. Okay, let's say I'm moving it to publish layer. I'll tell you what is publish. Okay, publish is something which your downstreams can refer to. Okay, so what I'm doing is, let's say some people are doing dimension modeling in a SQL database, right? So in publish layer also, I can keep all the files in different, let's say CSV files or Parquet files. I'll save those dimension and then fact tables within the publish layer. Okay, and then that will be the source of truth for my downstream application. So if I'm maintaining the project, there will be some upstream, there will be some downstream. So when I am receiving data from upstream, my duty is to make sure that the data accurateness is maintained, data integrity is maintained. And once it is maintained, I will move the data to publish layer, which is our fact and dimension. And then my downstream can be my reporting application also. Okay, just giving you a simplified answer. My downstream can be my reporting application, or my downstream can be some other projects who are looking up to my data. Once data is there in publish, you can actually share it with others. But you call raw as staging. You just consider staging as a schema. Okay, here I can consider raw as a folder. Under that raw folder, I can place multiple files. So raw is relatable to staging layer. And then from staging, you might move it to an intermediate layer. okay, where I will just do some data quality checks and then move the data to the intermediate in SQL, which I call here as gold. And then I move the gold layer to publish. Let's say I want to perform some slow changing dimension 1, 2, etc. I want to formulate some dimension and fact tables. So I do some kind of transformations all over here. You also do the same thing and move it to the main table. So I call this as a publish layer here. So this is basically the lake architecture. If you have not heard about this, this will be very common when you appear for any interview in data engineering, right? People will ask you what is the lake architecture. You can explain the same fundamentals. Okay, so if I'm managing a particular project, right, so I will have some upstream. When I say upstream, the project which is giving me data is upstream. Okay, and downstream is the subscribers who are actually looking up to my data, my project's data. So I will receive data from upstream and I'll provide data to my downstream. Okay, let's forget about push and pull mechanism. Who is pulling, who is pushing data, will not talk about that. My focus is to just explain the data lake architecture. So I'll just try to correlate it with SQL once more. So try to understand. Draw is nothing but staging. Staging we understand, right? The way upstream provides me the data, I keep the same thing in the same format. So if I may be receiving it in a CSV file. I may have a staging table where I store the data without doing any kind of transformation. That is staging layer for me. So in Lake, I call that as raw. What is gold? I think as a part of transformation, you might be doing this in current world, but you have to invest time more on data quality checks as well. So when I move data from raw to gold, I have to ensure that I'm doing data quality checks. So example of data quality check is, let's say I'm expecting that a particular column should have only non-nullable column. It's a non-nullable column. It should not have any null entry. So I will do data quality check for that column. And similarly, there might be some 100 rules. If all the 100 rules satisfies, then only I will move the data from raw to gold. That is the example of data quality. So you can adopt this in any technology. If you are using SQL also, you can adopt this particular approach. But in when you are using Lake architecture, right, this will be a common practice. So people will definitely ask you what are the data quality checkpoints you're managing. So once this is done, it is the publish is as good as the main tables in your SQL table. So in SQL, you might have managed dimension and fact table, right? So I will just put all those, I'll perform all the transformation from gold layer, and then I'll publish all of them to the publish layer in the form of dimension files and then fact files. And then my downstream, right, who are looking up to my data can refer to the published layer. My downstream need not look into the raw gold. I will not provide anyone access to raw and gold. I will just receive data, do data massaging till publish, and then we'll send it to the downstream. So what is happening? I've explained you about the entire flow, right? It is just a visual representation of what I have just mentioned. So you can do batch ingestion as well as real-time ingestion. So in between, you can store it within the storage account, and you can do data management services, which I mentioned. Data quality checks is one of the data management service. MDM is nothing but master data management, where you can store some master files, or you can, I call that as dimension file. You can call the same thing as master data management for storing the dimension files. And the same terminology. Okay, workflow management is nothing but we transform from raw to gold to publish. That is the workflow management. And what is the processing tier? So I'll be using data lake, sorry, Azure DataBricks in order to process all these things, right? So my processing tier is nothing but the gold tier as well as the published tier, where I have processed the data and moved to the gold or published layer. And you can do in-memory operation, multiple processing, multi-parallel processing. So because I will be using the capabilities of storage account, right, the reads and writes are already parallel. And with using Databricks or data flow, I can do all the in-memory based processing. So what do you mean by in-memory based processing? Hadoop used to do all the disk-based processing. So it used to incur a lot of charges on IO as well. So it used to save the intermediate result in hard disk, and when the subsequent process needs the data, again it will do take the same data from disk and take it into the memory. So that's basically an IO operation. But when I'm using Databricks or when I'm using data flow, all the intermediate result also will get saved within the memory itself. Memory is nothing but RAM. Okay, And once everything is done, distillation tier is nothing but, again, you can call that as a publish layer. Okay, once entire processing is done, that you can save them in the HDFS storage, which is nothing but our storage account. Okay, and once you have done that, your downstream can maybe using SQL, maybe using some map reduce operation, so they can pull data, or you might have some reporting requirement where you might do some insight based reporting. Okay, so that is basically the lake architecture. So the terminology which I have mentioned, right, is up to date in the market. You can hear about what is raw, gold, publish. The same thing is mentioned over here. So now what I will do, I will start creating a storage account. So to create a storage account, I will again repeat from the home page perspective. You need to just type in storage account over here. Okay, click on storage account. Once you click on storage account, because I have lot of storage account, it is visible over here. Otherwise, for you it will be empty. Now I need to click on add. Okay, I clicked on add, and then it will prompt me to provide few configurations for my new storage account. So what you need to do is you need to first select the subscription and resource group. So you guys remember, right? I explained about the particular hierarchy. So the hierarchy, I will just again repeat. What is the hierarchy? Let me draw a pen, draw a diagram. Okay. So we had AAD followed by subscription, followed by resource group, and then followed by resource. So this is one to many as you go from top to bottom. Okay, and that's why, because we are creating a storage account, right? Storage account is nothing but a resource. So if you want to create a resource, you need to know these three things beforehand.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in Azure Data Factory, Intellipaat provides an Azure Data Factory certification training for DP200 and DP201, and you can check out those details in the description box below. Now let's continue this session.
Okay, so because I have logged into my Active Directory, so I have already selected my directory here. You can see the directory being Azure Bits and Bytes. And then you can select the subscription. Okay, over here, it is, I have two subscriptions, I can choose one of the subscription. And then it is asking for resource group. So where, in which resource group I need to keep this particular storage account. Okay, and then I will select the resource group. So if I have already a resource group, I can select. If I don't have, which will be the same case for you, right? You won't be having any resource group to start with. So you can click on create new. As and when you click on create new, you can just provide the name and then click on OK. As soon as you do that, that name will be populated in the resource group. And if you already have some resource group, you can simply select the same thing from the drop down. Once you have done other things, right, it means you have complied to this particular hierarchy. So anyways, when creating the storage account or any resource, right, you have to comply to this hierarchy in order to create a resource, because this hierarchy is strictly followed. So it is basically for the access model. After that, I need to provide a storage account name. One more thing, it is a PaaS service. So unlike infrastructure, right, you might have to take care of a lot of infrastructure component. You have to do regular maintenance on those resources. But when storage account is a PaaS, it means you don't have to do any kind of maintenance. All the maintenance work, maintaining of hardware, etc., will be done by Azure support. You just have to provide instructions saying I need a storage account, provide the configuration values, and then your storage account is ready. So now I need to provide a storage account name. So when creating any SQL database, you would provide SQL server name and database name, right? Similarly, here it is expecting you to provide a storage account name. So let's say I'm providing a name, right? So it should be unique in the world. If it is not unique, it will give a cross mark over here. Okay, so that itself proves that it is very much public service or a platform as a service. Okay, it is very much public in nature. If I'm putting a name which is already present with someone, then I'll not be able to again create with the same name. And now you see, I mentioned that Azure Microsoft has a lot of data centers. So based on the data center you choose, you can choose the location over here. So if I'm choosing East US, then it means I'm selecting the East US data center. Data center is nothing but cloud service only, right? So you can see here within East US, I have two data center. One data center named as East US, another named as East US 2. You can see those correlations also sometimes. So it all depends on for whom are you providing this service, right? So most of the time you will be satisfying your customers for a particular requirement, right? Let's say most of my customers are from US, though I am from India and I'm developing a project within India, but major customers are from US. So I will try to create resources within the US location itself. The advantage is, so two things, right? Input, output, and processing time. You need to worry about input, output, and processing time. So if I don't consider my customer and I can provision at any place, but though my customers are in US, processing time is still managed okay. Makes sense, right? Processing will still happen in the data center. But when the request is actually going to the server, it will take some time. When the response is coming out of the server and reaching to the customer, it might take time. That is basically the IO time. So if I place the same storage account in US, the IO time is also reduced. Makes sense, right? So whenever you create any kind of resource, just think about IO and CPU perspective. Even in SQL world, right? When we are working on any SQL script which are performed for the reporting purpose, we think about IO time, CPU time. We collect the statistics. We see whether IO time is more or whether CPU time is more. If IO time is more, then what wrong operations I'm performing? Where am I pulling lot of data because of that? The IO is even more. So we do those considerations, right? Similar considerations can be done when choosing the location. Okay, so I'll come to the point again. So we were talking about performance, right? So what is performance? So end of the day, these things will be stored in the system, right? Disk, right? So do you guys can you how many of you understand what is a SSD? When you try to choose a new laptop, right, you should be looking into the configuration, right? So what is the importance of SSD? So let's say we have two laptops, right? One with respect to SSD, which is solid state drive, another with respect to HDD, which is nothing but magnetic disk drive. So when you start the machine, right, you will clearly see a difference, and SSD will start up immediately compared to the HDD or magnetic drive. Okay, so it's just not, I just give an example of starting my machine, but you can correlate the same thing with respect to processing and so on. So I will now try to relate this with performance. If you're choosing premium rate, then I am getting SSD based performance. So all the data that I'm placing into the storage account will be stored in the SSD. And if I'm choosing standard, it will be backed by magnetic drive, not SSD. It will be HDD. So I will just hover on this informative bar to see the same information. Okay, it says standard storage account are backed by magnetic drive and provide the lowest cost per GB. Yes, because you are taking a magnetic drive, you are being compromised on the speed, right? So the cost is actually lesser for you, and they are best for applications that require bulk storage, or I can say that if it is your lower environment like development and test environment, you can still make use of standard. And premium storage account are backed by solid state drive and offer consistent low latency performance. This is what I explained, right? It is very fast basically. Okay, and I choose premium for higher environment. Anything more than greater than equal to UAT, right, user acceptance testing environment, pre-production environment, production environment, I'll go for premium. And again, repeating what is standard versus premium. Standard is backed by magnetic drive and premium is backed by SSD, solid state drive. And any operation you want to perform on SSD is obviously very fast. That's why it is mentioning low latency performance, which is high performant. And if you're storing in standard, which is backed by magnetic drive, it is little slower. Because it is slow, you are also getting a better price. But if you are choosing premium, you are getting faster processing engine, but you are being compromised on the pricing. So you are paying more for premium and paying less for standard. I will come to account kind in a while. I will talk about replication and then I'll come back to account kind. Okay, so replication, it has a lot of replications you see right over here. So it is locally redundant storage, zone redundant storage, geo redundant, read access, geo zone, read access, geo zone. I'll explain about all these things. Okay, so let me open a file which I already have. Now I will again draw the diagram. Just understand that whenever I'm trying to copy a file in the storage account, total of 3 replicas are made. Okay, so let's say I'm copying a file called as customer.csv. So now I'll start with LRS. LRS is nothing but locally redundant storage. So I will just explain you one more thing. So let's assume that this is my data center. Okay, this entire thing is a data center. So I have already chosen my data center. Yeah, so East is my data center for the time being. And one data center can be again classified into zones, multiple zone. So I will call this as zone 1, let's say it is zone 2, and this is zone 3. There can be multiple more zones also. So just understand that data center is split into multiple zones. Now, when I'm using locally redundant storage, right, and let's say I've uploaded a file called as customer.csv. So randomly one of the zone will be selected in East US data center. Let's assume that zone 1 is selected. So the first file, first customer.csv file is copied over here, and the 2 more replicas is also copied within the same zone. C copy 1, C copy 2. So far so good. So local, when I select LRS, right, locally redundant storage, we already know the location of our data center, which is East US, and it will have multiple zones. And because I have selected LRS, the replicas will also be within the same zone. So let's say I have selected East US 2. I will put 2 because you will understand that it is a data center. Okay. And within the data center, I have multiple zones. It can have multiple zones. Okay. I will say Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, etc. Now I have selected the replication as LRS, which is locally redundant storage. When I'm selecting that, and let's say I'm copying a file called as c.csv, right? So c.csv might get copied in zone 1. Because it has selected zone 1, the 2 more copies will also be selected in the same zone itself, C1 and C2. What is the purpose of copying this file? Let's say for by mistake this particular rack is corrupted, right? When I say rack, a particular zone might have several racks. Okay, so a building can have several floors, right? One of the floor got disconnected entirely from the system, so that is not accessible anymore. So try considering rack as floor of a building. So let's say the file C is corrupted at this point of time or is not accessible. So I still have 2 more copies to rely upon, right? So that is locally redundant storage. Now I'll explain about zone redundant storage and I'll take up your questions again. So this is the first option. If I select zone redundant storage, what is what is happening is, so I will just erase this. Okay, I'll just remove this. So whenever a file is copied to the storage account, let's assume that the first file is copied in zone 1. 2 more copies should be made. 2 more copies will be made in different zones. So the first copy might be made in here, and then the second copy might be made here, zone 2 and zone 3, which means that if zone 1 is entirely inaccessible, so let's say the building is entirely disconnected from the services, right? Then I still have 2 more buildings where my data is present. So I'm still connected to my data. I'm still connected to the service which I'm using. So had I used locally redundant storage, I would have lost entirely, right, the zone 1, and then the data would be inaccessible till the point it is again up and running. So that's the beauty about going one step ahead to zone redundant storage. Now I will expand to one more level, which is geo redundant storage. Okay, I will just erase this diagram once more. So let's say that this is East US, this is West US, and this is North US. Let's say. And again, East US has several zones, right? Zone 3, and West US might also have the same thing, zone 3 here. Okay, now when I'm using geo redundant storage, let's say that I have copied a particular file. Obviously, the file will copy to the primary data center, which means the location which I have chosen for the storage account, the file will get copied over there. So that file c.csv got copied in zone 1 of East US. Now the 2 more copies will not be happening in East US server. The 2 more copies will happen in, let's say, West US server and North US server. So let's say the same file is also present in zone 2 of West US and zone 3 of the third data center. And that is the true disaster recovery solution. See, when a disaster gets stuck, right, it really stucks. It means that there is a highly likelihood that the entire data center might be inaccessible for the time being, right? So in such a case, my East US location might be cut off for some time, but my business should be running as usual, right? That is the goal. So I still have West US and North US to rely upon. So that is geo redundant storage. So far in LRS, ZRS, GRS, I have been talking about disaster recovery solution. And one more disaster recovery solution is geo zone redundant storage. So what is geo zone? I will come to read access in a while. Okay. What is geo zone redundant storage? It means that the file is copied not just 3 times, it will be copied 9 times in total. So it's a combination of both geo as well as zone. So let's say that the first file is copied in over here, right? The zone 1 of East US. The same file will also be copied in zone 2 as well as in zone 3. Plus, it also follows the fundamentals of geo redundant, right? So the file will get copied here, here as well as here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And again in the third data center as well. Total of 9 copies. So I would when people ask me what kind of replication should they follow, I will say that at least for higher environment, try going anything more than geo redundant storage. If it is a lower environment, you can go with LRS or ZRS. Okay. Now I will talk about these two read access options, right? These are high availability options. I will ask you guys about the difference between high availability and disaster recovery in a while, but let me explain what are these. Read access geo-redundant storage is all the fundamentals of GRS, plus you can read from the secondary data centers as well. So if my file is, if primary is of course where I'm able to read and write, that is fine. But in when I explained about the other options, right, though file was getting copied to the other centers or the zones, but the read was always happening from the primary zone. But if I'm using read access, it means though the file is copied to multiple different zones or data center, I'll be able to read from all of them. Which means if let's say that I'm situated in West US, right? So the storage account primary location is East US, but I am situated in West US. When I'm making a read call to storage account, actually I'll be reading from West US. It all depends on where you are located at that point of time. And the same thing for read access geozone, just that you can read from all the possible replicas as well. That is read access geozone redundant storage. Now can anyone tell me what is the difference between HA and DR? So have you heard about synchronous versus asynchronous operation? You understood my point, right? So you explained me a particular point where if one is down, other will be up and running for disaster recovery solution. At least let's understand from transactional point of view. When I'm putting a data in my primary center, right, primary data center, how does data get copied to the secondary center? So it can either get copied in a synchronous manner or in an asynchronous manner. So what is asynchronous? So when I'm putting data in the primary data center, the data gets committed over there immediately if I'm following asynchronous operation. And gradually it will also commit in the secondary server. So that is kind of a disaster recovery solution only. Okay, so that's why whenever you check with your customer says that I need a disaster recovery solution, and it says that okay, whenever disaster gets stuck, I'm okay with losing 5 minutes of transaction. Then you should always go with disaster recovery solution. Makes sense, right? So let's say that the transactions are going in, but suddenly the primary server went down. So there are some transactions which are still in transit, right? In transit mode. What will happen to those transactions? It will be like it will go off, right? It will not be committed in the secondary data center. But customers should be okay with that. Customer says that okay, I'm okay with losing 5 minutes of data, then only you can implement DR solution. But let's say customer says that I cannot lose any amount of data. If it is getting committed, it should be final. I should be able to read from the secondary data center also the same data at the same millisecond time. Then I need to choose high availability solution, which means whenever I am trying to commit a particular record in my primary data center, the commit will not happen unless the data flows to the secondary data center, and then the commit at both the places happens at the same millisecond time or nanosecond time. So that is synchronous operation. It means the commit has to happen in all the secondary data center at the same time. But if you are going with dir, the commit can immediately happen in the primary data center and it will eventually happen in the secondary data center. Okay, so when you are using read access, obviously that should be taken care of, right? Because you can also access from the other data center. If you are able to access from other data center, data should be in consistent with the primary data center.
So
Okay.
coming back to Peter's question, Sangram, uh, for example, in real time, initially I have chosen standard and block storage. But when I'm taking backup, some log files are getting generated and there is an impact to my operation. So I thought of moving it to premium. When I switch here, will there be any loss to existing data which I stored in the block storage?
Will there be
Any loss of data?
logs?
See, that's what we noticed, right?
Loss of data. Loss of data is what you're saying.
Yes.
Then why will there be any loss of data if you move your configuration? See, few configurations you may not be able to change as well. Some configurations you will be, some configurations you may not be. Replication you can definitely move from one to another, but I don't think you can change from standard to premium once you have adopted one particular option. So just hold on, guys. Let me complete the storage account. At least the creation part will dwell on all those questions. Okay, it will hamper the flow of understanding on the creation of account. But if you're understanding so far, then it is fine. We'll talk about those aspects in a while.
Okay, sure.
So in the interest of audience, right, what I will do is I'll mute everyone because we are 27 attendees, right? I know we'll get a lot of doubts, but once I am completing the context as I mentioned in the first class, I can again unmute you and then follow the questions. If yeah, that is how I'm going to do. Go ahead. Okay, I will unmute you again. Now let me discuss about networking. So if I select networking, there are some multiple options over here. So connectivity method is public endpoint with selected network, and private endpoint. So what is public endpoint? By default, it is automatically selected as public endpoint. I'm not making the storage account as a part of any virtual network. So it will be publicly accessible. When I say publicly accessible, it doesn't mean that anyone can access the storage account. That is not what I want to say. So basically, I just want to say that with appropriate access, they will be able to access the storage account. Now, if I am selecting public endpoint with selected network, I have to select a virtual network also. So if I have some virtual network, what I will do is I can make the storage account part of my virtual network, and any resource which falls within the same virtual network will be able to access the storage account. So even if I'm outside of virtual network, I'll not be in a position to access this particular storage account. That is the concept of virtual network. Now, what is private endpoint? So because this storage account is publicly accessible, right? So let's say that you also have a virtual. Okay, let me draw a diagram to explain this private link. Okay, this is important, at least for some domain. When your customer doesn't want uh, to access it over internet. Okay, I'll just explain you the entire flow. So let's say that this is my storage account. Okay, SA is storage account, and this is my virtual network, VNet. And I have a virtual machine where I have a lot of applications running in. So whenever we want to access this storage account, let's say this is internet. Okay, whenever you want to access this storage account, if I am this person, then I have to go through the route of internet to get connected to this storage account. Even if I want to access it through virtual machine also, I have to go through the route of go to the route of internet, and only then I will be able to access storage account. But then customer kept on asking saying that I cannot expose the storage account over internet. I cannot make internet calls. Instead, there should be a capability for the VM to directly access this particular storage account. Then came the private endpoint. So I guess you guys understand the concept of VNet, right? Where it is a set of private IPs. So when I'm using private endpoint to the storage account, what happens is this VNet will assign one of its private IP to this storage account. So it's like, let's say 10.0.0.10. So is the private IP associated to this storage account. Now virtual machine, when some applications within the virtual machine is trying to refer to this particular storage account, will refer using this particular IP, private IP. and it will not make any internet call. Instead, it will directly refer to the storage account. That's the benefit of private endpoint. Okay. So this particular option that you see, right, it talks about data protection, which means if I'm turning it on, right, turn on point in time restore for container. I will talk about what is container later on. For now, just understand, if I'm copying a file in the storage account, I can restore the same thing, which will lie within the 6 days of time zone. So if today is 14th, right, I'll be able to extract anything from 8th till 14th. So that is the maximum restore point. I can make it more, but more is the restore point, more is the costing as well, because more is the data points that you're collecting, right? So this is like point in time restore. And again, turn on soft delete for blobs, which means if I'm deleting a particular file from the storage account, I'll be asked an option to soft delete or permanently delete. If I'm clicking on soft delete and I've selected the option of 7 days, right, it means the file will still be there in the system in the form of soft delete. I'll be able to restore that again within the 7 days of time. So in our computer we have a recycle bin, right, something of that sort. So in recycle bin, you can set up some cadence to delete automatically within 30 days of time frame. So same thing which happens in your iPhone as well, right? Last 30 days of data is kept or the photos is kept. Similar concept over here. And then I'll just explain you. I'll talk about file share in a while. Okay, container, file share, what are those? Blobs, and turn on blob change speed. So let's say I'm making some modification to the file. I'll be able to keep track of all those things. So let me go to advanced. So this is also very important. So secure transfer required disabled or enabled. So if I mark it as enabled, it means that over the wire, the data request will go in an encrypted manner in the form of HTTPS. So if I make it disabled, I will be able to access the storage account by just using HTTP, just making a HTTP request, which means it is not secured over the wire, which means data in motion is not encrypted. But if you want data in motion to be encrypted, you need to select enabled as the option for secure transfer required. Okay, so I will talk about allow shared key access once I explain you the storage account conceptually, right? Practically, you will be in a position to understand shared access signature. You can make a point right now. Shared access signature. So if I'm enabling here, I will be in a position to explain you about SAS token, shared access signature token. If I disable this at this point only, then we'll not be able to generate those SAS tokens, shared access signature. So let us enable this option for me to explain you later. And minimum TLS version. So this is transport layer security. It is on the similar lines like SSL certificate. These days SSL has outdated, hence we talk about TLS now. TLS 1.2 being the latest. So if I'm adopting 1.2, it means that I'm using the data in motion is encrypted with 1.2 as the version. It is very much protected with 1.2 rather than with 1.0. So one caution point is, if you're making version 1.2, the associated application should also be enabled with TLS 1.2. TLS and a secure transfer required goes hand in hand. Then allow blob public access. I will talk about it later. It is like if I've uploaded a file, right, if I want to make that file public to everyone in the world, it means that if I provide that link and share it over internet, anyone can access. So if for that to happen, I need to click on enable for me to later provision in that manner. It doesn't mean that any file that I copy gets a public access. That is not what I mentioned. What I mean to say is, if I'm enabling this option, I can later provision files to be in public mode. If I disable it now, then in later, right, I'll not be in a position to make a file public. So I will select enabled as the option now. Then later I will choose to make few files public and few non-public. Blob access tier, cool or hot. This is very important. Blob access tier, hot or cool. This is very important. So I will just put hot and cool over here. And I will put storage cost and access cost. So this is storage and this is access. Okay. So how fast I'm accessing and what is the storage cost. This is what I mean to say. So when I'm choosing hot as the tier, it means that I'm paying lesser for the storage cost, but I'm paying more for access. Okay, I just did it wrongly. Just let me redraw the diagram. Okay. Okay, let me draw once more. I did storage cost, access cost, and then hot and cool. Okay, so when I'm using hot, it means that I'm using the data often. So when I'm using the data often, I want my access cost to be lesser because I'm referring to the data most often. So it means access cost is lesser. So whenever you think from hot data rate, which means I'm accessing the data most of the time. So at that point of time, you would want to reduce the access cost rate. So access cost will be less if you choose hot as the tier. But in trader, storage cost will be little costlier over here. Access cost is cheaper, storage cost is higher because your goal is to access the data faster, right? It means access cost is lesser, plus you will be able to read the data faster as well. That is access cost lesser. Now cool is the data which I'm referring hardly. It means that let's say I'm trying at this point of time, I'm trying to refer to 2018 file. So in a particular year, I think maximum 10 or 15 times people might refer to 2018 file. So what I will do is I will make storage cost cheaper because now I'm attributed to storage cost, right? My criteria will be storage cost. My goal is to reduce the storage cost, but access cost will be higher because I'm trying to access a file which is already archived in the system. So access will be costlier and storage cost will be cheaper. That is my intention. So I'll allow, if you have not created your subscription, I will still allow you guys to create a subscription plus creating the storage account. So let me tell you one more option before I move to tags. So let me see, where is that option? Yeah. You see there is an option called as Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Before entering into this topic, I was saying, right, this storage account has two flavors within. One is the storage account itself, another is ADLS Gen 2. So enabling this option will help you move to ADLS Gen 2. I will talk about the differences between the Gen 2 and then the normal storage account, but this option will allow you to make it to Gen 2 account. If I mark it as enabled, then the one that I'm creating is a generation 2 account, ADLS Gen 2. If I keep it disabled, it means it's the normal storage account. There are some differences which I'll be explaining in after creating the storage account. I'll explain what is the difference between the two accounts. Okay, for now I will keep it disabled. I will go to tags. So tags is just a way to put some tags on top of your resource. Okay, let's say that let's say that this storage account is mostly used by my developers, right? So I will say that environment or developer, and let's say this storage account is mostly used by my payments team. So I will say team name as payments. Just a way of categorizing things. Okay, you have resources with respect to AAD subscription, then resource group resources. If you want to still categorize it with respect to some tagging rate, you can do so using this particular approach. You remember in when defining your user story, you will definitely be using these principles, right, of tagging, whether that user story is complete or not, whether your product owner has reviewed it or not, and all those things. The same way, the same fundamentals is also applicable to this storage account. Once all these things are done, right, you need to go to review plus create. It will run a final validation. Whatever options I have chosen is correct or not. If it is correct, then it will allow me to create this particular storage account. Okay, I'll just do one more modification. I want to mark it as temporary so that I can later delete it. So let's go to review plus create. It will do a final validation of whatever options I have chosen is correct or not. If validation is successful, I can go ahead and click on create. As soon as I click on create, this notification tag and a notification icon will let me know what is the progress of this particular deployment. And I had mentioned you earlier also, right? It maximum takes around 5 minutes of time. Otherwise, for this storage account, it should not take more than 1.5 minutes or even lesser. We'll see the progress. Meanwhile, I will let you guys create your storage account. If people have already created the subscription, please go ahead and create this particular storage account. if you're stuck anywhere, I will help you solve those problems. For people who don't have a subscription, you can go ahead and create your subscription. You can ask me a question there. Creating storage account will hardly take around 5 minutes of time, and you can see, right, it did not even take or it took less than 40 seconds of time to just create the storage account. It is created for me. And once I click on go to resource, I will be able to see there are a lot more options, right, which I need to explain you all these options. So I will just put those pending items which I wanted to explain, right. One is the SAS, shared access signature. When creating, there was an option to enable SAS. I will explain about SAS when I'm talking about I will tell you. You see there is an option called as SAS over here. I will explain it over here. And there is one more pending item which I need to explain is the hierarchical structure, which is storage account versus ADLS Gen 2. There is a minute difference. I need to explain that. But having said that, please go ahead and create the storage account. So let me explain about what are the options that you see here, right? Let me do one more thing. Okay, let me explain. I have muted everyone. I will explain till Storage Explorer, and then I'll unmute you guys. We have a lot of options to discuss. So overview is the page where okay, once we have created the storage account, right, this is the home page. And then clicking on overview will give you all those options what you had selected while creating the storage account, like resource group name, location, subscription, and subscription ID is also visible. Every name will have its own ID. Performance is standard is what I selected. Access tier is hot. Replication LRS. Account kind is storage V2. Okay, these are the options that we selected. Now one more thing I need to explain you. Open in Explorer. For SQL Server, SSMS is the client tool, right? Similarly, for storage account, Azure Storage Explorer is the client tool. So using Storage Explorer, I'll be able to upload, download files, and do lot many more things. I can do the same thing from here as well. Storage Explorer preview. Okay, but Storage Explorer Azure account Azure Storage Explorer will give you even more visibility, and it is a very nice tool. So you can download that for the time being and keep it with you handy. I will explain you how you can make use of that particular tool. But if you understand Storage Explorer preview here, then you will be in a position to understand Azure Storage Explorer as well. Okay, so overview is just giving you just a highlight of what we have created. Activity log. So let's say that I've been doing a lot of operations here, right, in the storage account. All those things gets logged over here. So I will just select the time span. Let's say I'm doing a custom select, and then I'm selecting December, and I will again select December end. Start time cannot be more than 90 days in the past. Okay, I will select January then. January 30. Also 30. Okay, apply. Basically, this contain all the logs that if I have made some changes to this storage account anywhere anytime earlier, right, those things will be recorded over here. Let's say when we are in the project, if some changes are unintended, I can go back to activity log to understand the real intention behind the change of few configuration. I can roll it back as well. Okay, makes sense, right? Did you guys understand what is this activity log? Oh, okay, let me unmute you guys once more. Yeah, did you guys understood, right? What is this activity log? Any changes to this storage account will generate a lot of logs. You will be in a position to understand and debug things. And then tags. So we created tags in the process of creation, right? If you missed out on creating tags, you still have an option to pull or create again a few more tags. I will put team name as payments because I know that this storage account is mostly used by my payments team. Then diagnose and solve problems. So let's say you are generally facing some issue within the storage account, right? Then the regular problems you can come here and check out. So this is actually contributed by the Azure community. And as and when they face some problem or the other, right, they post the problem statement and the solutioning as well. So let's say that you are not able to import some data, right? I'll just say import into this storage account, right? Then you will get saying that I need help with import export, because the person had faced this particular problem, hence I'm able to see this as a common problem. So I will click on this and I will be able to explore more, and I will get some answers. If I'm still not able to get the report, then we'll solve that problem also. But this is just providing you the common problem and the solutions. So this is diagnose and solve problem. Then the interesting part, access control. I will now explain you the purpose of creating those, or explaining you how to create users, groups, and service principal the last day, right? Access control is the place. Before explaining access control, you need to understand what kind of roles you guys need to give to your project team. Okay, so before that, I will explain you the three roles, the three important roles. So the three important roles are owner, contributor, and reader. So owner is like, let's say I am the owner of this particular storage account, which means I will be able to do anything and everything within the storage account. Plus, I'll be able to provide access to someone, revoke access from someone. That is the role of a owner. You can see here, grants full access to manage all resources, including the ability to assign roles in Azure role-based access control. What is a contributor? Everything that owner can do except provisioning of access and revocation of access. Very self-explanatory. I can come here and see, but does not allow you to assign roles in Azure role-based access control, but you can do everything else. And what is reader? It means you will be able to just see the configurations of this particular storage account, cannot do anything else. Then how to assign a particular person a particular role. So I will again come to the home page of this access control and just observe. I will have to go to role assignment, click on add role assignment. I will select a role. Let's say I will select reader role, and then I want to provide a person reader role to this particular storage account. So I have created a user called as Rakesh Yadav, right? If I click on this Rakesh identity and click on save, I will see in the notification window that the assignment is being done. And once it is successful, Rakesh will actually be able to log in, plus will be able to see this particular storage account. So if Rakesh was lucky enough to read that password, right, then he would be able to actually use the storage account in a read manner. Okay, makes sense. Now, will I be only able to add Rakesh, or in just user, I'll also be able to add group as well as service principal. I'll showcase you that as well. Add role assignment, add reader, and then I will select a group. I think I have created a payments group, I believe. So there is a group called as payments. Click on payments, click on save. Now payments group will also be added to this particular storage account. So any person or service principal who is part of this payments group will also be able to refer to the storage account. And similarly, I will also be in a position to add a service principal as a reader. So I think I have created a service principal with the name of 2021. Yeah, I will select this. This is a service principal. Click on save. And yes, I will be able to add this assignment. Okay, in this way, I'll be able to provide access to people, to users, to group, service principal. Now, one more use case, right? Initially I mentioned about that use case, problem statement. What kind of roles we provide to a project team? So the subject matter expert, right? In a project, there might be one or two subject matter expert. They will have the ownership permission either on subscription or on resource group level. Okay, owner can do everything plus access part. Now the developers will have only the contributor access on development resources. Developers will not have write access to the test, write access to the production. They will have just read access to test, read access to production. But they will have full control or just the contributor level control on the development environment. Read plus write into the development environment. Testers may have write access to their environment, but they will have read access on development account and production account, but write access to test environment. and your team might have support guys, right? Or support guys or DBA guys, they might need full access, so they might have ownership permission on the production accounts as well. Okay, again simplifying this, developer will have contributor level permission on the development resource. Owner permission will only be given to subject matter expert and people who are very much responsible. And reader role, so a developer can get reader role in test environment and in production environment. Okay, now I will talk about data migration. So what is data migration? You might have questioned that if I want to upload a particular file and this is my net connection, which tool I should be using in order to upload a file. So what I will do, let me choose storage account, transfer scenario. Let me choose, I need not select. Okay, let me select block, transfer scenario, migration. Okay, I think this has changed. Let me browse. Okay, now it is good. Storage account, transfer scenario. Data migration tools. Okay, you can see here, I clicked on browse over here. When you click on browse data migration tool, click on this particular thing, and you will be able to see what tools you can use in order to upload data into this particular storage account. So I will be able to use AZ copy. I'll be able to use Azure PowerShell, Data Factory, Storage Explorer. This I talked about, right? This is a client tool. These all are actually the client tools. And if you are having lot of data, right, 100 terabyte of data, I'll not be able to use the simple Storage Explorer. Instead, I have to use Azure Data Box. And it just gives you idea about which tool you have to use if you are dealing with very heavy size data. For a normal operation, when things are in some terabytes or gigabytes, right, I generally use Azure Storage Explorer. But if you're dealing with terabytes, more number of terabytes, like 100 terabytes or petabytes, you can use Azure Data Box. So with just using Azure Storage Explorer, most of your operations will be very much handy. Okay, and then it is just giving an explanation of what you can use. Okay, nothing much, it is just an information.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Events, I will explain. I think somebody had pointed on a similar event last day. So the prompt statement was, as and when the customer places a file in storage account, I want my data factory pipeline to run. I think last day somebody pointed this problem, right? May I know who was that gentleman? If you understood the problem, right, as and when customer is placing some file in the storage account, I want my Azure Data Factory pipeline to run. That is actually happening using event subscription.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in Azure Data Factory, Intellipaat provides an Azure Data Factory certification training for DP200 and DP201, and you can check out those details in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
So there are two kinds of events that is currently supported by Microsoft, that is blob created event and blob deleted. So on these two events, if I'm uploading a particular file and I've set this action that as and when a blob is created, I want to execute my pipeline, this entire thing is called as event subscription. Makes sense, right? Instead of scheduling your pipeline or assuming that customer would provide this file before 3 p.m. today, is it not better that as and when customer places the file in a storage account, I will run I'll run the Azure Data Factory pipeline for orchestration. So these kind of event subscription will help. So when talking about Data Factory, I will create event subscription at that point of time. And then comes to Storage Explorer. So when I discussed about the storage account, I told you multiple things, right? So we'll be able to upload files like CSV, ORC, Parquet, Avro, etc. So those things you can perform in blob container. So container is the first thing that you're hearing within storage account. Okay. So within blob container, I'll be able to create many more blob containers. So whatever you see under blob containers are actually the containers. Customer is a container, DataBricks is a container, and so on and so forth. So how to create a container? Right click, create a blob container. I will give a name. let's say I will give a name March 2021. Let's see if numbers are accepted. Okay, and then I'm seeing these three options: private, blob, and container. Private with no anonymous access. So this is the option you should be ideally choosing, unless you want public to refer to the storage account without much of authentication and authorization. So let's say I'm selecting private. It means that whatever data I'm going to place in the container March 2021, that will be safe. Only people with privileged access will be able to refer to that data. That is private with no anonymous access by default. But if I select blob or container, let's say I'm selecting a container because I'm creating container right now, you will be in a position to understand container at this point of time. If I'm saying container, anonymous read access for containers and blobs. It means as and when I put a blob right within the container, let's say I'm putting a CSV in this container, and I have that endpoint. Endpoints means the fully qualified path of that particular file. Then I can share it with anyone. People will be able to refer to that path and read the data. That is the definition of anonymous read access for container and blobs. And this is for container and blob is just for blobs. Blobs means any file, right? Like CSV, Parquet, which I put under the container is nothing but a blob. So people will need to have the exact path of that blob to read that particular file. So the ideal thing should be to use private unless you have the intention to expose the data to public. So you will choose public and then click on create. And as and when you create, you can again see the notification tab that this container is created, and you will see the same thing, March 2021. So there is nothing in this particular container at this point of time. Now I can upload few files, and then you can see here I'll try uploading one particular file. So let me tell that. So it appears to you as if it is a folder, right? Whatever I have highlighted, it is appearing to you as if it is a folder, isn't it?
Yes.
And I'll click on this, and it might seem like under that folder we have these two files, but in reality only under the root folder, which is called as DataBricks, these are treated as files. This is not treated as a folder. So the actual file name of this product.csv is not product.csv, it is actually 2020-0502 slash product.csv. Is it making sense? The entire thing is a file name. So don't go by this. This is just a GUI, okay? GUI graphical interface. But this is actually the file. Fully qualified name is 2020-0502 / and then product.csv. To prove that it is not a folder, let me create a new folder. I will just say temp. Okay. You might think that I have successfully created this temp folder. Now, if I'm saying that it is not a folder, so it means if I go back, it will not exist right anymore. Temp will not exist. Am I correct? But if it exists, it means it is a folder. Correct?
Yes.
I'll go back and I will not see temp. Does that prove that that is just a visibility, but it's not actually a folder? But now let's see. I'm creating a temp. This is just one part to the file. Okay, I will now upload a file called as the same BSNL file. Upload. Now file is uploaded. Now if I go back, I should be able to see temp. So the actual file name is temp /bsnl.txt. It means anything that you copy paste in this particular container is actually under the same DataBricks folder. So there is no intermediate folder at all. Okay, so that's why we call it as flat structure. Storage account is having a flat structure in terms of hierarchy. So do you guys remember what option we saw when we chose the option? Hierarchical namespace as disabled is what we selected, right? Remember, hierarchical namespace as disabled. So what we selected is hierarchical namespace disabled. It means that there is no hierarchy. Generally, when you create folder, subfolder, and then file, it's a hierarchy, right? Root level folder, sub level folder, intermediate folder, and then the file. So as we have disabled it, it has become the regular storage account, and in regular storage account, everything comes under the same root folder. There is no intermediate folder, there is no other things in between. But as and when we make it enabled, which is the regular storage account, I will just quickly open that account as well. storage account, and I have a generation 2 account where I have enabled this particular option. Okay, so I will now go to Storage Explorer. The same things, whatever you see, I will show you the same thing. Let's say I'm going to publish container. Now let me create a new folder. Temp. Click on OK. This is created, you see, and then I go inside again, create another folder, subfolder. This will also exist. So generation 2 account is actually based on hierarchy, which is on the same lens like our computer has, right? In our computer, we have file system, we have folder structure, everything. So the same thing is followed by generation 2 account. But in normal storage account, it might appear to you as if it is a folder, but it is not. It is all having flat. So if you have invested your time in Hadoop ecosystem, right? HDFS is actually following flat structure. So you can go with generation 2 account. I think generation 2 account came later, right? Initially, the normal storage account was present. As a part of evolution, this generation 2 account came in. And once it came in, people who came in newly to the project, they started incorporating Gen 2 for a specific reason that it can also support your analytical workloads. So I didn't mean to say that storage account will not help you perform analytics. You can perform analytics on top of storage account, but analytics on top of generation 2 is more seamless. What I mean by analytics is when you're using Azure DataBricks as a compute solution, right? I can tag along with generation 2 faster rather than with a storage account. I can tag with both storage and Gen 2, but with storage account Gen 2, it is more seamless. That is what I mean to say.
So let's get started with Azure Data Factory. What is Azure Data Factory? Data generated by several applications and product is increasing exponentially. So we all know that we are living in the world of data. So all the different applications which are running, they are generating millions and millions of data. Azure Data Factory, or we lovingly call it as ADF, falls under the identity domain of services in the SEO, which is nothing but the search engine optimization catalog, and it is cloud-based integration services. Basically, it works on data. It orchestrates and automates the movement or transformation of data. So ADF, or Azure Data Factory, is a code-free ETL or ELT solution, which is completely based off cloud. You don't need any hardware. You don't need any licenses. You don't need any kind of setup. You quickly can go in without using a single line of code. You can perform your data movement as well as orchestration. As data is coming from a number of different products to analyze and store all this data, we need a powerful tool. Azure Data Factory helps us here. How does Azure Data Factory help us? Storing data with the help of Azure Data Lake Store. So Data Lake Store is nothing but a Hadoop compliant storage. Now we have the Azure Data Lake Store, which is Microsoft implementation of Data Lake Store. We can analyze the data. We can transform the data with the help of pipelines. A pipeline is a component in Data Factory, which groups the related activities to perform a task. We'll see that in detail. Publishing the organized data. Visualize the data with third-party application like Spark or Hadoop. So Data Factory has support for Spark baked in inside as out-of-box solution. Now, how does a Data Factory pipeline flow? So you can see that this is an architecture diagram of a Data Factory pipeline. So first and foremost, we have the input data set. What is an input data set? It's nothing but the data which we have in our data store. We need this to be processed. So we pass the data through the pipeline. So input data set is nothing but the source data that we capture, which is coming from the source. Then we have the pipeline. So this is the building block of Data Factory. It basically performs an operation on the data that transforms the data, which could be anything from just data movement or some kind of transformation. So it can happen that you get your data from a source and you want to push it to a destination without doing any kind of transformation. So let's take an example that you get your data from an FTP location. And from that FTP, you want to push it to a SQL database without doing any kind of transformation. You can do that. On top of that, if you want to do any kind of transformation, you can do transformation right from Azure Data Factory using the power of Apache Spark and then push the data to your destination from source. Then we have the output data set. This contains the data that is in a structured format as it has already been transformed in the pipeline storage. It is then given to linked services such as Data Lake, blob storage, or SQL. So output data set, I won't say that every time it is structured, you can work with semi-structured output data also. So you can work with JSON, XML, and other semi-structured data set. And then you can push this for your consumption. Now, where do you want to push your data? Of course, you can push it in multiple locations. You can store it in a data lake store, you can store it in a blob storage, or you can store it in a SQL. Now, to establish the connection with these syncs, we use something that we call as link services. Then, what is a link service? Link services store the information which is very important when it comes to connecting to external data sources. So link services are nothing but the username, password, server name, database name. So the connectivity informations are stored in your link services. So there can be different types of link services. You can store it in a data lake store, you can store it in a blob store, or you can store in a SQL. It's not just limited to these three. There are way more link services that we can access in Azure Data Factory. Then we have the gateway. So this is an important concept. What is a gateway? This is called as gateway, or we call it as a data gateway, or we call as a integration runtime. This connects to our on-premises data to the cloud. So we do not need a client installed on our on-premises system so that we can connect to Azure cloud. Now, there can be scenarios where you're getting your data from an on-premises source, or you want to push the data to an on-premises destination. In either way, since Azure Data Factory is a cloud-based approach, you have to set up a connectivity to the on-premises source or the destination. So what we have to do is we have to provide a networking handshake. Using the data gateway or the integration runtime, we can establish the connectivity between on-premises as well as cloud. Finally, we have the cloud. Our data can be analyzed and visualized with a number of different analytics software such as Spark, R, Hadoop, and so on. So this is the end way where we have analyzed our data, transformed our data, and finally we want to consume it. That's also possible using Data Factory. So why should we use Azure Data Factory? So there are just a couple of things which are listed here. It can be more than that, way more than that. Improves productivity with shorter time to market. Data Factory is a tool and it doesn't have any kind of language in it. So what we can do is the learning curve is very easy in here. You don't have to do much of learning, so you can very quickly grasp the concepts of Data Factory. So the time to market reduces drastically. It reduces overhead costs because it's a one-stop shop where you can perform your data movement as well as data transformation. So you don't need a lot of things to get involved, a lot of products to purchase. So the cost is very less, and cost is actually very less. If we see the pricing of Azure Data Factory, it's very, very cheap. Transfers data using pre-built connectors. So a lot of connectors, if I'm not wrong, currently we have support for around 70 connectors, which is out of the box from Data Factory. So you don't need to create any custom connector. Of course, you can create, but most of the connectors that we use are pre-built in Data Factory. Integrates data cost effectively because the pipelines and the process is such user-friendly, we can very easily save cost. Gets continuous integration and delivery, which is CI/CD. So we can easily connect with a Git repository and set up a CI/CD pipeline with ADF. It's very easy and works the way we want. So we can do our own custom logic in our Data Factory so that we get to know how we want to do this. It improves productivity with shorter time to market. It develops simple and comprehensive ETL and ELT process without coding or maintenance. So as I said, ADF is not just an ETL where we have extract, transform, and load. On top of that, we can perform ELT as well, where it's extract, then load, and then transform. So it doesn't require any coding or any kind of maintenance. It's completely code-free. It ingests, moves, prepares, transforms, and processes our data in a few clicks and completes our data modeling within the accessible visual environment. So Data Factory comes with its own canvas where you can quickly design your transformation logic and your overall program flow very easily. The managed Apache Spark services takes care of code generation and maintenance. So as I said, Data Factory has support for native Apache Spark out of the box. And the good thing is that this Apache Spark is a managed environment. So you don't have to bother about the infrastructure. You don't have to bother about the setup, the configuration, the maintenance of the Spark environment. It's completely managed by Microsoft. You can create your own programming logic without writing code. Please remember, we don't need to write any code, and you can use the power of Spark right from Data Factory. Reduces overhead cost. When migrating our SQL Server DB to cloud, it preserves our ETL processes and reduces operational cost and complexity. So it's kind of similar like we had in SSIS. If we want to migrate on-premises data to Azure, Data Factory is the de facto choice currently. It does everything with breeze, but it's not just limited to moving on-premises data to cloud. There are more things that we can do in Data Factory. It rehosts on-premises SSIS packages in the cloud with minimal effort using Azure SSIS integration runtime. ETL in Azure Data Factory provides us with familiar SSIS tools. So people who are coming from SSIS background, they'll be happy to know that Azure Data Factory is very easy to learn if you're coming from SSIS. The learning curve is very, very simple. You don't need to spend much time in relearning a lot of things. Most of the things will be very familiar if you're coming from SSIS background. And also, if you're still not convinced that you want to refactor your SSIS packages into ADF pipelines, you still have support to run your SSIS packages from ADF. So you can have your existing SSIS DTSX packages, which can be run from ADF. Transfer data using pre-built connectors. It gives access to the ever-expanding portfolio of 90 plus pre-built connectors, including Azure Data Services, on-premises data sources, Amazon S3 and Redshift, and Google BigQuery at no additional cost. So as I said more than 70, but it's actually more than 90, and it's increasing every day. So once we move and see a hands-on, you can see that there are so many pre-built connectors which are available right out of the box from Data Factory. So you can use Amazon S3 bucket, you can use Google BigQuery, Apache Impala, Azure Store. A lot of things are available pre-built out of the box in Data Factory. Integrate data cost effectively. It integrates our data using a serverless tool with no infrastructure to manage. As I said, this is a code-free, cloud-based ETL solution, which is a complete PaaS service and managed by Azure. For Azure Data Factory, we need to pay only for that what we use, and we can scale up the elastic capabilities as our data grows. Again, since it's cloud-based and it's backed up by Azure, it has a pay-as-you-go model. So whenever you're using Data Factory, till the point that you're using, the quantity that you're using, you only pay for that. And whenever you need to grow, scale up and scale down. It transforms data with speed and scalability using the Apache Spark engine in Azure DataBricks. So as I said, this also has support for Spark infrastructure with you without bothering about the Spark setup and anything. So you can run big data also with Azure Data Factory. Works the way we want. Data Factory provides a single hybrid data integration service for all skill levels. We can use the visual interface to write our own code in Python, .NET, or ARM to build pipelines. We can add any processing services into the managed data pipelines or insert custom code as a processing step in any pipeline. So if you still want to use code, you have support to run your code in either Python or .NET or ARM, which is Azure Resource Manager. And still, if you're not convinced, you still have support to create custom components. So you can write your custom code and still use your pipelines. Gets continuous integration and delivery connectivity, so CI/CD. It continuously monitors and manages pipeline performance alongside applications from a single console with Azure Monitor. So again, as this is part of the Azure suite, so you can easily integrate this with Azure Monitor, and you can visualize what is going on inside your Data Factory pipeline. It integrates our DevOps process using the built-in support for pipeline monitoring. So this can very easily be integrated with Azure DevOps. So you just have to connect it to Azure Git or a normal Git repository, and you can create your very simple and quick CI/CD pipeline for a continuous integration and continuous deployment. If we prefer a less programmatic approach, we can use the built-in visual monitoring tools and alerts. So not just it has support for Azure Monitor, Azure Data Factory itself comes with an inbuilt monitoring. So it is native to Azure Data Factory. If you do not want to use Azure Monitor, you can use the inbuilt monitoring tool, which is available inside ADF. Okay, now we're going to see what is an integration runtime in Azure Data Factory and what are types of IR that we have. So what is an integration runtime in Azure Data Factory? So integration runtime, or IR, is the compute infrastructure used by Data Factory to provide the following data integration capabilities across different network environments. So IR is essentially the backbone where the infrastructure is managed by Microsoft. So using an IR, you can perform data flow, you can do data movement, you can do activity dispatch, or you can run SSIS packages. So let's see what all things we can do. So in Azure Data Factory, an activity defines the action to be performed. So these are the terminologies that we use inside Data Factory. If you hear the term activity, this means the action that you want to perform in your Data Factory pipeline. A linked service defines a target data store or a compute service, meaning that this is the place where you define your connectivity and all the other related information. An integration runtime, or IR, acts as a bridge between an activity and linked service. So this is the managed infrastructure. Now, in Azure Data Factory, we have three types of integration runtime. The simple one is the Azure Auto Resolve IR. Second one is self-hosted, and the third one is Azure SSIS IR. Now, based on your requirement, you can choose any of the IR. Okay. So this is a pictorial representation which shows the different types of integration runtimes, which can be used in combination to offer a rich data integration capabilities and network support. So typically what we do is, when we have our source and destination, which are both cloud-based, then we go for an auto-resolve integration runtime or an Azure integration runtime. If you have something which requires an on-premises component, then we go for a self-hosted integration runtime. And Azure SSIS runtime is exclusive to run your SSIS packages. Now, you can use a self-hosted integration runtime to connect to cloud-based source and sink as well, but it's typically not used. So if your source and destination are both cloud-based, then we go for an Azure IR. If it involves any kind of on-premises component, then we go for self-hosted IR. Okay. Now, why we have this inside an Azure virtual network? The reason is that if you have something which is on premises, then we always should create an Azure virtual network, which will have all the network connectivity set up between your on-premises system and cloud. And using that network, we will connect via the integration runtime. And as you can see, using the Azure integration runtime, we can run Apache Spark program as well. So let's talk a little detail about the IR locations. Data factory location is where the metadata of the data factory is stored and where the triggering of the pipeline is initiated. So what it means is that since Azure is a cloud-based solution, when we create any resource, you have to provide a location of that resource. Data factory is also a resource in Azure. So when you create a data factory, we have to provide a location of that data factory. Now, whenever we create a data factory in a specific location, let's assume that I'm creating in India, since I'm based out of India. So let's say that I'm creating in a central India location. So whenever I will trigger my data factory, the metadata of the data factory will always be stored in central India, and the pipeline will start from that location. It's nothing but the physical data center where Microsoft creates your resource. Meanwhile, a data factory can access data stored and compute services in other Azure regions to move data between data stores or process data using compute services. Now, don't think that if I create my data factory in central India, I won't be able to access data which is stored in any other location. That's absolutely not correct. If you create a data factory which is based out of central India, if your data is in Japan, you can still access the data using data factory. This behavior is realized through the globally available IR to ensure data compliance, efficiency, and reduced network egress costs. Now, how does an ADF which is created in central India can access the data which is stored in Japan? That is the job of the globally available integration runtime. So this integration runtime takes care of.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Connecting to your data and moving the data across the region, as well as maintaining all the GDPR policies along with efficiency and reduced cost. The IR location defines the location of its backend, compute, and essentially the location wherein data movement, activity dispatching, and SSIS package executions are performed. Meaning that whenever we create an integration runtime, by default, the integration runtime gets created in the same region as your data factory. But of course, you can change that from the data factory pipeline as well. It's not a requirement that the region where your data factory is, your integration runtime should also be in the same region. You can change it, of course. But what happens is, based on the region of your integration runtime, all your resources, your data movement, and everything will initiate from that location. So, as I said, there are three types of integration runtime that we have in Azure. Azure Auto-Resolved Integration Runtime, Self-Hosted Integration Runtime. So an Azure Integration Runtime is capable of running data flows, running copy activity, dispatching the following transform activity in public network. So you can do all these kinds of transformations and many more. You can do a copy activity. So as I said, we typically use an Azure Integration Runtime if my source and sink is cloud-based. And we can run data flow. Data flow is something which actually helps us in running Spark jobs. Azure Integration Runtime supports connecting to data stores and compute service with public accessible endpoints. So whenever you connect to any public accessible endpoint, let's say that you want to connect to a REST API or you want to connect to a web API, if any of the data store has a publicly accessible endpoint, you can use an Azure IR to establish a connection to that data store. Azure IR provides fully managed serverless compute in Azure. It provides native compute to move data between cloud data stores in a secure, reliable, and high performance manner. So again, Azure IR, if you create, it's a completely serverless process, which is fully managed by Microsoft. And using this power of Azure IR, you can easily move data between cloud-based storage in a high performance way. We can set a certain location of an Azure IR in which case data movement or activity dispatches will happen in that specific region. So again, as I said, it's not a requirement that if your Azure Data Factory is in Central India location, your IR also has to be in Central India. You can choose your IR in any region. So the requirement typically that we follow is that if your data source is in some region, we set up the IR in that region, because that makes the performance a little better. Then we have the self-hosted integration runtime. So self-hosted integration runtime is typically used when we are running a copy activity between a cloud data store and a data store stored in a private network, especially an on-premises network. Using the self-hosted integration runtime, we can also perform the following transformation activities against any compute resource which is in on-premises or in Azure virtual network. Not just this, many more. So if we want to perform data ingestion securely in a private network environment, which does not have a direct line of sight from the public cloud environment, we install a self-hosted IR on the on-premises environment behind our corporate firewall or inside a VPN. The self-hosted IR only makes outbound HTTP-based connection to open internet. So what it happens is that, think of it like you have an on-premises SQL server, and which is behind a private network. And Azure Data Factory is a cloud-based solution, so it has to connect via the internet. Now, in this case, what we would do is we will install a self-hosted IR inside that VNet. Now, the self-hosted IR will create a secure HTTP channel. Using this secure HTTP network, we can establish a connection between Data Factory, which is from internet, and the self-hosted integration runtime. Self-hosted IR needs to be installed in an on-premises machine or in a virtual machine inside a private network. Currently, running a self-hosted IR is only supported with the Windows OS. For high availability and scalability, we can scale up the self-hosted IR by associating the logical instance on multiple on-premises machine in an active-to-active node. So what we do and how do we set this up? Set the self-hosted IR is one limitation. It currently runs only on Windows machines. It's not supported yet on Linux or Unix. So we can install an EXE, which is available free of cost from Microsoft, which will be installed in any of the on-premises machine which has a virtual private network peering enabled. And this will create the secure HTTP tunnel. And if you want to scale up the tunnel, you can, of course, use multiple logical instances, which will create a bigger tunnel using an active-to-active mode. The self-hosted IR is logically registered to the data factory, and the compute used to support its functionality is provided by us. Therefore, there is no explicit location property for a self-hosted IR. When used to perform a data movement, the self-hosted IR extracts data from the source and writes it to the destination. So since the self-hosted IR is logically registered to a data factory, so I'll explain in a different way. So what happens is, whenever we have any on-premises component, which is behind a corporate firewall, we install a self-hosted IR inside that firewall. Now, once this is installed, this creates a handshaking with the data factory. So each data factory is uniquely associated with one self-hosted IR. So whenever we install the self-hosted IR and enable the firewall to enable outbound HTTPS traffic, it will generate a key. This key will then be used in a data factory so that data factory authenticates this self-hosted IR. That's why we don't need any explicit location, because it's registered via a key. After the logical handshaking has happened between the data factory and the self-hosted IR using the key, we can perform the data movement. And third, we have the Azure SSIS integration runtime. So if you already have an SSIS package, it's a complete lift and shift method. You have your existing SSIS packages, you move them into Azure Data Factory, you run them using Azure SSIS natively using Data Factory. So Azure SSIS IR can be provisioned either in a public network or in a private network. On-premises data access is supported by joining Azure SSIS IR to a virtual network that is connected to our on-premises network. So the crux is same. Let's say that you have an SSIS package which needs to access an on-premises data. So we have to use the same self-hosted IR. And sorry. So then what we would do is we would create our Azure SSIS IR inside a private network where we have the data access. Or if you have an SSIS package which doesn't require any private network endpoint, then we can use a public network. Azure SSIS IR is a fully managed cluster of Azure VMs dedicated to run our SSIS packages. We can bring our own SQL database or the managed instance server to create the catalog of SSIS DB that it is going to be attached. So what happens in this case is, let's say that you have some existing SSIS packages which you have migrated to ADF. How SSIS packages typically run is it requires the SSIS DB or the integration services catalog. So Microsoft will give you a fully managed cluster of Azure virtual machines, which will create the runtime for SSIS. Or if you already have a SQL Server license, or you have an Azure SQL managed instance, you can reuse the SSIS DB of the Azure SQL managed instance or reuse the licensing of your SQL Server, and you can save a lot of cost in Azure SSIS DB. We can scale up the power of the compute by specifying the node size and specifying the number of nodes in a cluster. We can manage the cost of running the Azure SSIS IR by stopping and starting as per our requirement. So again, as you see, this is very flexible. Since it's a cloud-based solution, the scalability is simple. If you want to scale up or scale down, it's just a click of a button. You can easily increase or decrease the node size to get more resources. Or if you feel that, okay, I don't need to run my pipelines, I can save some money by stopping it altogether. So these are the types of integration runtimes that we have in Azure. Okay, so let's proceed. So let's talk about mapping data flows. What is a mapping data flow? A mapping data flow is a visually designed data transformation in ADF. Data flows allow data engineers to develop graphical data transformation logic without writing code. The resulting data flows are executed as activities within Data Factory pipelines that use scaled out Spark cluster. Simply put, data flow is a place where at the background you run Apache Spark. Now the Spark engine is fully managed by Microsoft Azure, and you create your data transformation logic using a visual graphical user interface with zero code. Data flow activities can be operationalized via the existing Data Factory scheduling, control flow, and monitoring capabilities. Our data flows will run on our own execution cluster for scaled out data processing. Azure Data Factory handles all the code translation, path optimization, and execution of our data flow jobs. So since data flow is part of Data Factory, you can schedule your data flow, you can monitor your data flow, all this right out of Data Factory. It's not a separate component. You don't have to buy extra. You don't have to pay anything extra. It comes out of the box, part of Data Factory. So since, again, this works with Spark architecture, so you know that Spark is a very vast and architecture. So the scale up, scale down is completely managed by Microsoft, and all the code translation, as this is a code-free editor, how Spark codes are generated and translated, these are all taken care by Microsoft. Along with that, all the Spark optimization is also part of ADF. Okay. Now what we're going to do is, let me actually show you a quick demo of ADF where I will use a very simple file which I will transform using mapping data flow in Azure. So this is my Azure portal. So what I have done is in this Azure portal, I have created a resource group. So this resource group is in East US location. And in this resource group, I have created a storage account. So in the storage account, I have a data lake store. So this is a data lake store that I have created. So this is a data lake store. So I have created a container in this called as demo container. And inside this, I have two folders. One is a source, the other one is a sink. So if I go inside the source folder, I have a file here. This is a dummy file that I have uploaded called msft.csv. If I show you the data, yeah. So here you can see that this is the Microsoft Windows App Store data. So it has an ID, which is nothing but an identity column. It has the name of the app. So which app is available in Windows App Store? What is the average rating of that app? How many people have rated this app? What is the category of this app? Which was the first day when this app was published or available to people? And what is the pricing tier? So this is the information that we have in this CSV file. So if I go to the end, I have 5,200. This is a wrong data. Let me delete this one. So this is the data set that we have. So we have around 5,322 rows which are available in this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this data as our source. And I'm going to do a very simple transformation of this data using Data Factory and data flow. And we will spit out a file which will be stored in a different folder. So let me show you how do we do this transformation and what all things we use in Data Factory to perform this activity. Let me close this one. Now to create a Data Factory, what I will do is I'll go to my resource group and I'll click on this plus add. This will take me to the Azure Marketplace and I'll search for Data Factory. Click on this. And click on create. So first and foremost, it's asking me for my subscription, my resource group, and my location. So let me create this in East US region. And it's asking me to give the name. So let's call it as Demo AZ ADF.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in Azure Data Factory, Intellipaat provides an Azure Data Factory certification training for DP200 and DP201, and you can check out those details in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
Oh, the name is okay. The name is available, and this is the version. So we currently use V2. So I'm using ADF V2. Click on next, Git configuration. So here it's asking me that before creating the data factory, do you want to connect to a code repository? You can either use Azure DevOps or you can use GitHub, or you can configure this later as well once the data factory has been provisioned. Then we have networking. So here it's asking that how do you want to enable your data factory? Meaning that your data factory, if you don't click on this managed virtual network, meaning that your data factory will be available over the internet. If you enable this, then your data factory will be inside a virtual network. And here it's asking that when you create a self-hosted integration runtime, how the connectivity will happen via a private endpoint or via a public endpoint. So I'll just choose this as public endpoint because I don't want to set up any virtual network now, neither in here, this case. Then we have tags. So tags is something where you can quickly identify your data factory. So let's say that I have 5 data factory. So I can say that this is my data factory. And the value I can say that this is DF1. So I can quickly identify my data factories using the tag. This is completely optional. And finally, we click on review and create. It's that simple to create a data factory. Then we hit this create button, and this will initialize the deployment. And after the deployment, the data factory will be created. So just give me 1 or 2 minutes, it will get deployed. But now, click on this. So this is the landing page that we have. Here we have some Azure related activity. We are not interested in this. To open a data factory, click on this author and monitor. It will open up its own workspace. It takes some time for the first time boot. So this is how the ADF landing page looks like. So if you look into the right hand side, this is the update which comes from Microsoft. Microsoft periodically pushes what all updates are coming in ADF. Then here you can switch. So if you have multiple data factory, you can switch to a different data factory right from here. This is the notification window. This is your feedback window, and these are the help information. Inside here, you have some wizards where you can quickly create a pipeline, create a data flow, create a copy activity, create a template, configure your Azure SSIS, or set up your code repository. And these are some of the quick start guides from Microsoft. On the left hand side, we have the home page. We have the author. This is the window that we will be concentrating most. This is the monitor window. So if you go here, you can see your data factory pipelines. What has been run, how much time it has taken, what is the result, is it a success or a failure? All these things you can see from here. And manage is something where you can define all your linked service, integration runtime, etc. Now, if I go to this integration runtime, you see this auto resolve integration runtime. Let me close this one and expand this one. So this is the auto resolve integration runtime, or the Azure integration runtime, which is automatically created whenever you create an Azure Data Factory. And this is a public endpoint, and this is auto resolve region, meaning that since I created my data factory in East US, this is automatically resolved and created. If you want to create a new integration runtime, click on this plus new, and here you can choose. So if you want to use an Azure SSIS integration runtime, you can select this option, and you can click on continue, fill up the required information. So for an example, what is the location, how many cores or nodes you need, all these things you can set up in here. Or if you want to create an Azure or a self-hosted integration runtime, you can click it from here. Here again, you can choose, do you want to create an Azure integration runtime? Here you can choose your region. Or do you want to create a self-hosted integration runtime to connect to your on-premises network? Then the next concept that we have to understand is your linked services. So linked services, currently you see that you have nothing in here. So linked services are something where we provide an information of where or which connection we want to connect to. So to connect a linked service, so for my case, when I'm showing you the demo, I want to connect to a data lake store, which is Azure based. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this plus new, and you can see that we have all these Azure connectors, database connectors, file-based connectors, protocols, NoSQL, and apps. So these are out-of-the-box connectors available from Data Factory. And you can choose different compute units also. Okay, so I'm going to connect to a data lake store. So this is a Azure Data Lake Store Gen 2. So I'm going to quickly search for it, or else you can find it from here also. You can go in here. You can see there should be, where is that? Data Lake Gen 2, or you can search it in here also. So Azure Data Lake Gen 2, click on continue. It's asking you to give a name. I'll just keep it as it is. How do you want to establish a connection? Since this is cloud-based, so I'm going to connect with the auto resolve integration runtime. How do you want to connect? You can use either account key, service principal, or managed entity. These are the security measures. So I'm going to connect using the account key. I can select my subscription. I can select my storage account name. Just a sanity to check test connection. So it's successful. Click on create. And it's that simple to establish a connection to a storage. It can be anything. So once these two things are configured, I'm not going to these things. This is something, again, if you want to set up a code repository, you can select your repository and you can connect from here. Triggers is something I'll talk a little later. Global parameters is something like, think of it as an SSIS global parameter. If you create a global parameter here, you can use it across any of the pipelines that you create in this data factory. And this is a customer managed key. So if you want to have a secure key with you, you can use it here. Now let's go to the most interesting window, which we call as author. So if you go to this author, you can see we have three things: pipelines, data sets, and data flows. If you click on this plus, you can create a new pipeline, you can create a new data set, or you can create a data flow. Copy data tool is nothing but a wizard. Pipeline from template is something, if you click on it, Microsoft has given us a lot of templates. So you can quickly use a template. These are predefined and pre-filled template. So let's say that I want to get a data from a database and load it into an Azure Data Explorer. I can click on it, and Microsoft has a predefined architecture with me. I can change the data set and everything, and I can quickly get started. Or if you want to create a pipeline from the start, what we typically do is you can either click on these three dots and click on a new pipeline, or you can click on it this and click on a new pipeline. So if I click on it, let's keep this pipeline as my demo ADF pipeline. So once we create it, let me close this one. This window, the canvas that you see, this is our play area. And here we have all these different activities that we can use. So I will not go through all of these activities. These are very self-explanatory. So copy data is something, it says that you connect to a source and connect to a destination and you can move the data. If you want to use an Azure function, you can use this. If you want to run a DataBricks component, you can do that. Use SQL activity, if you want to run, you can do it from Data Factory. If you want to append a variable, delete a file, execute another pipeline from one pipeline, execute an SSIS package, get the metadata of a file, perform a lookup, run a SQL stored procedure, set a value to a variable, all these things you can do from here. And how do we do that? So for our case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect to this specific file in the source folder and perform some transformation on it. So I need a data flow. So how do you use them in ADFS? You just drag and drop it into this window. Now, if I already had a data flow, I could have used this. If I don't have, I can create it right from here. So I'll create a new data flow. Now here we have two things, mapping data flow and wrangling data flow. Wrangling data flow, I'll not talk about it because it's a preview feature. We will use this data flow, which we call as mapping data flow, which is a code-free data transformation at scale. So click on OK. It's asking me to name this data flow. So let's call it as my demo data flow. Now, what I have to do in here is I have to perform a source. So I have to add a source to connect to this file. So what I'm going to do is click on this add source. And it's asking me to name this source. Let's call this as ADLS source. And it's asking me to select a data set. Now, what is a data set? I haven't created a data set yet. A data set is nothing but the exact file or the table or the HTTP request. So in this case, my source is a file. So I'll create a data set from here. So again, it's asking me, hey, what is your data set? So my data set is a data lake store. Select it. What type of data you want to get? You can get Avro, delimited text, Excel, Parquet, ORC, binary, XML, or JSON. So I am using a CSV. So I'll select delimited text. Click on continue. Now it's asking me, what do you want to name it? Let's keep it as delimited text. Does your data first row as a header? I say that yes. My first row is a header. Now it's asking me, how should you establish the connection to this data lake store? So I already have a link service created. So I'll use this same link service. Now I have to provide the exact file path. So I can quickly select this, go inside this container, go inside this folder, and select this file. And how do you want to get the schema? So I say that get the key schema from this connection of the store, and it will give me the schema. Oh, the name is wrong. Let me remove this. Now, what I can do is I can go to this projection and I can see the schema already available with me. Now we have a lot of other options. I'll quickly talk about them. Schema drift is something that is a very common problem we face in ETL. Is that, let's say that tomorrow my file structure changes. If you click on this checkbox, Microsoft will not fail this ADF pipeline. It will log the drifted schema. If you say that infer drifted schema. But if you click on this validate schema, then what's going to happen is if your schema changes tomorrow, then your pipeline is going to fail. If you want to skip some lines, you can do that. Sampling is something that we typically use during a development phase. In source options, we can see multiple things. We can use delimited path. We can use wildcard path. If you have multiple files, you can do that. If there are no files found, it will not give you an error. It will simply proceed. If your data has multi-line rows, you can do this here. This is a very good thing. So you can store your file name. So ADF is capable of getting your file name also, and you can store in a new column. This is your schema.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Optimize is that, since I said that data flow runs on a Spark cluster, so all the partitioning is managed by Microsoft. You can, of course, set a single partition, or you can set your custom partition using the algorithm that you need. Or if you want to manage this by Microsoft, choose the current partition. Inspect will show me the column. Another good thing is that here, during your development time also, you can visualize the data. For that, you have to enable this data flow debug. I'm not going to do that because it's a bit expensive, but it's possible. So now that I have my source created, I want to get some transformation. So what type of transformation I can do? Let me see the data once. So let me do a simple transformation. So let me do a transformation and let me get only those rows where the rating is more than 3.5. So if there are any apps where the rating is less than 3.5, I'm not going to take those apps. So what I'm going to do is, again, people from a SSIS background will be very simple. We are creating a flow in here. So first step is to get the source. Then we have to perform the transformation. So if you click on this plus button, you have different types of transformations available. Join, you can join with other data set. Conditional split, you can split the data based on a condition. Exists will check if a specific column or value exists or not. Union, lookup, derived column to create a new column. Select means you can fetch some columns. Aggregate, as the name suggests, sum count. Surrogate key, pivot, unpivot. Window is something like a time frame. Flatten is something, let's say that your source is a semi-structured data like a JSON format. From there, you can perform a flatten and you can convert it into a CSV. Ranking function, filter, sort, alter row, all these things you can do from here. Now, since I want to get some rows from here where the rating is more than 3.5, I will use something which I call as conditional split. So in this conditional split, I will write a condition saying that ratings more than 3. This is one stream. The other stream is ratings less than 3. Okay. Now, how do we write the condition? So ADF data flow has a plethora of functions available. Just click on this box and you have the expression builder. So in this expression builder, you can write your expression here. Now you can see that we have so many different functions available here. A plethora of functions are available here. Okay, so I will write an expression saying that in my input schema, I have a column which is called as rating. So I'm going to say, give me those columns. Let me use a function. I'll say greater or equal rating. Let's say it's 3.5. So give me those rows where my rating is greater or equal 3.5. I can use greater also. Sorry. I can use greater as well. So this will give me only those rows where the rating is greater than 3.5. Okay. Now I can do multiple transformations here. I'm just showing you only one transformation, and then finally I will write it into a file. So I will use a sync. So this sync also requires a data set, and it's asking me which output do you want to get. So I'm saying that I am getting the output of ratings more than 3. Did I say 3.5? I should have given 3. Sorry. So I'll write it into a file. So I'll create one more data set. I'll write it to a data lake store. Same drill. I'll create a CSV file. I'll say first row as a header. I'll reuse this link service. So you can see that for each of these activity, I don't have to create a new link service. I can reuse the link service, and I'll create a new data set. So I'll write it in this sync. You see that the file name I'm keeping as blank. Okay. Now what's going to happen is that if I go to the settings, here you have different options. This is a Spark based architecture. You can create a pattern based file, partition based file, column based file, or a single file. So I'll say that. And if I go to this mapping, you can map your file as well. You can change the order, you can remove the columns, all these things you can do. And since it has partitions, you see that currently I am using a current partition. As soon as I change this one, Microsoft automatically prompts me to say that since you're outputting to a single file, please change this to single partition. That will improve the performance. So you see that I'm using Apache Spark. I'm not writing any code. The performance is completely managed by Microsoft, and Microsoft is giving me a prompt to better the performance. So it's that simple. And let's call this file as, let's call it as output.csv. Okay. So all my transformations are done. I have created a mapping data flow. Now, as a good practice, we always do this validate all to check that if there is any error in my development. So my development looks good. Now I'll go back to my pipeline. So I have my data flow ready. Now, how do I trigger this? First and foremost, we have to do this publish. So what happens is when you do this publish, ADF performs the code check-in. So this is completely managed by Microsoft. As I said, no, Microsoft manages this completely. So until and unless you do a publish, you won't be able to run this. Once this is published, how do we run this pipeline? So you can either do a schedule-based run or you can do an ad hoc run. Now, if you want to schedule your pipelines, that is called as triggers. Click on this add trigger and you can click on a new trigger. Click on new and you see that you can give a name and you can schedule this, saying that I want to run it on a specific time zone and I want to run it every minute, hour, day, month, week. When do I want to run? I can schedule it from here. Or if you want to just run it, click on this add trigger and trigger now. Click on OK. So now what's happening is we'll get a prompt in here and I can show you. So see that the pipeline started running. Now we can go to this monitor window. And you see that the pipeline has started. So this is the out of the box mechanism where we can see the pipeline execution. Now you can click on it and it will show you the details of all this. So you see that I had only one data flow. So this is the input. And here it's running. So there are multiple steps that happens. Acquiring compute means that Microsoft is setting up the Spark infrastructure. It takes some time because it has to set up the virtual machines, then set up the Spark system and all that. After this is done, we will have the data flow running and finally we'll have the file created. Based on that, we will have the file created. So you can see that my data factory pipeline has run successfully and the data flow also has run. So the good thing is that you can click on this and you can see even the rows. So I got 5321 rows from here. In the conditional split, I got 4011 rows, which got written. So if you go here and refresh now, I have the output.csv created. And here I will have only those rows where the rating is greater than 3. So I have 3.5, 4, 3.5, etc. So this is the power of Azure Data Factory. Without writing a single line of code, we used a Spark program which performed a simple transformation. You can click on this and you can see the details. But of course, we have very big power. So you can use big data. You can use different transformations. You can combine them together and work on it.
Now let's see how do we create pipelines using Data Factory. All right, guys. So creating a pipeline basically is listed as one of the steps in performing your ETL solution, guys. Now we have a school database. Let's say we are trying to extract some data from the database. We will be extracting, and if something has to be processed, then it will be processed, right? Then it will be stored in somewhere, wherever we want. Now let's see the steps for so basically, guys, as we are seeing in this on the screen, so we have your database, SQL database, and we are trying to extract some data from the database. So we will be extracting and something has to be processed, then it will be processed and then stored in the data lake. So these are just some sample databases, guys. It can be anything. It can be happen between your blob storage to SQL or SQL to blob storage, or your blob to data lake or data lake to blob. It can be anything. Your data source can be anything. There is no specific restriction that your source should be something or your destination should be something specific. It can be anything. All right. So these are the steps for creating your pipeline using Data Factory. The first thing we will be doing is we will be just creating your linked service for your SQL Server database or whatever. I have taken in my case, I have taken the example as SQL to data lake. So that's why I'm just showing the steps for creating the linked services. ETL process. Just steps for creating this ETL process. So we will be creating the linked service for SQL Server database as the source database, and then we will be creating linked service for the target database, which is in our case it is Azure Data Lake store, and then we will be creating the data set for the data extraction. This one we will be just doing an author and monitor tab, guys, which once you will be creating the data factory, you will be I mean you can just access that author and monitor tab. There you can just go to the visual, I mean you can just go to the author and monitor, and there you will be having this all these options for creating the linked services and creating the data set for your data extraction process. And then you can just create a data set for your data saving, and then we can just create a pipeline, guys, and then we can add some copy activity or any raw activity. And then guys, at finally, so the main advantage of this data factory, we can schedule this pipeline just by adding trigger. So basically guys, you can just schedule this your, I mean, let's say, I mean, whatever transformation you have, you can just schedule that on some specific basis. We can transform them on weekly basis. We can transform that on monthly basis. We can transform that on day-to-day basis. You can just transform it whatever and however, in whatever way you want. You can just transform in that way. All right. So guys, now let me just show you one project where we are going to perform today. So guys, now today I'm just going to demonstrate you a project where we will be identifying the videos in the selected channel from YouTube that is getting maximum traffic. So let me explain this problem statement to you guys. So basically guys, we are having a YouTube channel. So in the YouTube channel there are various channels, right? So let's say there is a company. So the company wants to promote its advertisements. So in order to promote its advertisements, so it wants to promote its advertisement on the channel which is getting the utmost traffic. Okay, so how does the channel knows that the specific channel is getting the utmost traffic? So guys, for knowing that I mean that company needs to put a developer who is an Azure Data Factory specialist, where he will be automating the list of channels which is getting the more, I mean which are getting the utmost traffic at specific time. So he can just put a trigger for every 5 minutes. So for every 5 minutes the traffic is, let's say the traffic is loading, so every 5 minutes the list gets changed, and based on the list this company can promote its advertisements. So this is the project we are going to do, guys. So in our project we are just considering the two data sets, which will be where the data set one will be our first interval. Let me just show you the data sets. So these are the data sets which we are going to perform. Let me just open this data sets for you guys. So these are the two data sets, guys. So where we are having video ID, video title, views, likes, dislikes, comments, and the duration in minutes. But in real time you will be getting in different format. So for your understanding purpose, we are just creating this project as a sample project. So this can be, these all things can be these are all the some of the basic data which we are getting from the channels. So now let's, without wasting any time, then let's import this to our SQL database. So for creating this, let me just move to my Azure portal. All right, guys. Now, first of all, let me create a SQL server. So what I'm going to do here is, guys, so I'll be just creating my. So first of all, we'll be just creating an SQL server, and then we will be just creating some other different data store, which will be, let's create data lake, and then we will be just creating pipelines just to load. I mean, make some kind of things. I mean, we can just transform the data, and then we will be just building I mean, to copy the all the data. I mean, we will be just performing a basic query. We will be just performing on that, where we will be just let me show you. So first of all, let me create a SQL server, guys. So guys, if you have a resource group, it's fine, or else you can just create a new resource group. First of all, let me create a resource group as workshop. So I'll just give my server name as YouTube source. So I'll just give my admin details, which will be Intellipaat, and then I'll just give it as. Alright, guys, let's create this server. So
the deployment is taking some time, guys. Let's wait for the process. So meanwhile, let me just open my SQL Server Management Studio. Yeah, it's already open. So guys, you can also connect to this SQL Server instance using your Azure inbuilt SQL. I mean, that also you can use, or else you can use the SQL Server Management Studio just to connect your SQL Server database or anything else. Alright, guys, the deployment is completed. Now let's just go to the resource. So basically your Azure SQL Server Microsoft, now let's go ahead and just create the database for this. So guys, basically your Azure SQL database is a managed cloud database, which is provided as a part of Microsoft Azure. So let me just create the database here. So my database name will be, let's say SQLDB. All right. So I just don't want it to be an elastic pool. You can also create an elastic pool or a managed instance, guys. So basically there are different concepts. So basically when we talk about elastic pool, so your elastic pool is like something, nothing but a collection of your databases with some shared set of resources, which are managed using your SQL Server database server, guys. So basically what is the benefit of using an elastic pool in Azure is that, so using with this, you can just create a single database which can be moved in and out of an elastic pool, which gives us flexibility actually. So, but we don't want that. We can just create a normal SQL database for this purpose, because cost also varies for every database whatever we are creating. So now I'll be just creating my SQL database. So you can just see the estimated cost per month whatever is shown over here. So let's create this thing. So in Azure, sometimes the deployment takes much more time, guys. Let's get it deployed. Meanwhile, let me just open the SQL Server and connect it to my SSMS, which is on my local machine. Let's go to the SQL servers. There you can just find the SQL Server. So YouTube source is my server which I have created now. So alright, guys. Let me just check the service settings over here. So this is my server name, guys. Using this server name, we can connect it anywhere, wherever we want. So I just wanted to connect on my SSMS portal. So here I'll be just connecting to this, guys. So I'll just connect to my database engine. So here I'll just paste my server name. So guys, here I'll be just doing it with SQL Server authentication. So my the login credentials will be the one which you have created it over while creating the SQL Server. So guys, I have created my login name as Intellipaat, right? So that's what I'm just giving it over here. So guys, I need to sign in with my Azure account for getting this client IP address. So basically our client IP address is not having the access to the server. So we need to just sign in with our Azure account, and then we need to create a firewall rule for that, enabling it. So let me log into my Azure account. Yeah, so let me add my client address. So guys, for importing or exporting an Azure SQL database with, basically, without allowing Azure, without allowing Azure services to access the server, you can also create an Azure virtual machine, and then you can just connect to that, and then you can install SQL package, and then you can just create a firewall rule to allow that VM access to the database, and then you can export a database using SQL package. So but here what we are doing is that we are just importing, we have just created a server on Azure, and then we are just, whatever data we are having, we are just importing to our SQL, to our Azure SQL database. So let me expand the database over here. So this is my database which I have created on my Azure SQL server. So guys, let me open SQL import and export services. So with using this thing, I can import my So guys, my source data is whatever I'm giving is Excel data, right? So let's put it in Excel data. So I'm using 2016 version, so let me put it this thing. So let me give the source form, I mean path over here. Alright guys, now destination is nothing but my Azure SQL server, right? So I will just put it as my OLEDB driver for SQL server, or not this one. We have to give it as, so I'll be just giving my server name over here, and then I'll be just giving my server, I mean details of credentials. So let me log in over here. Yeah, now let's choose this here. You can choose this over here. So this is my database which I have created on my server, right? So now I'll be just uh, going forward. So what I'm doing over here is, guys, I'm just copying the data from all of the tables to the server. So let me edit the mappings. So I just want, okay, it's already, if you want to change the data type or anything, you can just change it over here, guys. So here my data is in this, so video ID, I want it in my integer type. I don't want it in my float because all of them are integer. So I'll just put it into int, and then my views are also integer type. Views cannot be in decimals, right? So I just want to be in integer format. And I mean, I just want everything to be integer instead of float. So I'll just change this thing. Also, you can alter these data types over using query also. We can do it manually also in this way. All right, guys. Now let me just go on next. Okay. I think everything is fine. Yeah, good. This should import successfully. Let's see. Yes, guys, we are good to go. So our process is very successfully done over here. So let me just query this data. So it's taking good time. So okay, meanwhile, let's just create our data factory and also I mean final. So I'll for my target database, I'll just create a data lake, guys. So how do we create this data lake in this Azure? So basically, for creating data lake or blob storage, you won't be having a specific option. So you need to go to storage accounts, guys. So let's go to the storage accounts. All right. So let me just add a storage account. So it's basically your Azure Data Lake. When you talk about your Azure Data Lake, it includes the capabilities which are required to make it easy for developers or your data scientists or analysts to store the data of any size or shape. So we are just creating the data lake over here. So let me just open. So I'm just choosing the pay as you go subscription. Now already we have created the resource group. I'm just creating, I mean, I'm selecting the workshop as my resource group, and then I'm just giving my name for my storage name, which is data lake. So let me just give it as target database. So okay, it's already taken. Let's give another name. So guys, basically we are using data lake version 2, so which is the latest version. So we are putting a replication mode as read, access, geo redundant storage. That's fine. Access style we are choosing it as hot. So let me just create. All right, guys, it worked. Let's create this. So guys, you all might have a query in your mind. What is the difference between the Azure Data Lake 1 and what is this Gen 1 and Gen 2? So guys, basically here for Azure Data Lake generation 1 is the file system storage in which your data is distributed in blocks in hierarchy file system, guys. So your Azure Data Lake generation 2 contains both file system storage for performance and security, guys, and your object storage for scalability. So Azure Data Lake Analytics is also support which is not available right now because it is expired right now. So I mean, now some of the new features are updated in this thing. Let me just go to this thing. So let me choose this workshop as my resource group. I think there's some mistake which we have done, which we have not checked. So let me create it as target AL. Yeah, fine. So version 2 is this one, and this is version 1, and this is blob storage. We can just create these three services in data lake. Yeah, we are good to go. All right, guys. Now let me just check this database. Okay, we can just check it over there. Now let me just create the data factory now. So we are creating a job where we can just automate all this process to be happened. Guys, basically your data factory provides your single hybrid data integration service, guys, for all skill levels. So basically you can use the visual interface, or I mean you can just write your own code, I mean in any language, to build the pipelines as well. You can just build the pipelines manually as well, guys. You can just put your choice of processing services into your managed data pipelines, or you can insert custom code as the processing step in your any of the pipeline. So let me just create the one data factory first. So ADF project, sorry. So let me just choose my resource group. Let me choose it as workshop. Fine. Now I don't want to enable Git. So this is already choose low, so I don't want. Just let me just do it as some different name.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right. So guys, if you, I mean, what is this enable Git option, guys? So basically to provide a better authoring experience, so basically Azure Data Factory allows you to configure a Git repository with either Azure repository or your GitHub. So basically Git is a version control system, guys, that allows you for easier change of tracking and collaboration, but I don't want to enable Git for this. So let me just create this thing. Alright guys, it got deployed. Let me go to the resource. So as I have already said in the presentation when I am explaining about data factory, so whenever you want to create any link services or pipelines, you will be just going to this author and monitor, guys. So in this tab we there is let me show you. Yes guys, it's open. So let me just show you. So guys, we can just go to this manage tab, and then we can just create linked services, guys. So you can also directly create all the process at one go, but this is more, I mean, you are having this specific thing where you can just create linked services, where you can create integration runtimes. You can just do some git configuration over here, and then you can just define triggers and whatever you want. So guys, first of all, let me just create the link services for this. So first of all, I'll be creating a linked service for my source database, which is my Azure SQL, right? So my server name is let me check it.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in Azure Data Factory, Intellipaat provides an Azure Data Factory certification training for DP200 and DP201, and you can check out those details in the description box below. Now let's continue with this session.
SQL DB. Let me choose as this thing, and then let me just put as Intellipaat Intel at the rate 123. Let me test the connection. Okay, let me just or else let me do it over here. So my task name is that transform the channel list. Sorry, let me just output list, YouTube channel list. So guys, here you can just run it once, or you can just run regularly on schedule. You can just trigger it every, I mean, you can do it hardly minute, or you can just do it every 1 minute, or you can just do it every hour, whatever you want. I just right now I'm not scheduling it. I'm just running it once. Let me just create this thing. So let me just choose my Azure Data. Or let's do one thing. Let's do it with service principal ID. So I'll be just creating. I'll be just going to my app registrations. I just create a new app over here, which will be my Azure SQL. So I'll just go to certificates and secrets, guys. So here I'll just upload a new client secret, which will generate my principal key. So let me just put it as secret. Add this thing. So this is my application. You have to copy this thing, which is your key. So let me just put it in my notepad for safe side. So click on overview, you can just go, you can get the principal ID, which will be your application ID. So this is my application ID, right? So first of all, let me copy this thing here, service principal ID, and the principal key is noted over here, right? And also we have to view the firewall access in Azure SQL, right? Let me just do that as well. So here I'll be adding a role or assignment, guys. So here I'll be just putting as the owner. Let me just put this. Let me check this application. I mean, let me confirm this app registration name. So whether it is SQL or anything else, let me just go through the application. This, I think this one we have created. This one. Okay, we have to create for Azure SQL. So let me just go to that SQL server. So under the access control, I'll be just giving the access for mine. So once we are done with this, let me just text this connection. Yeah, is the deployment done? Oh, let's read what is the error we are getting. YouTube source database, check the links on configuration and make the SQL Server database firewall allows the integration runtime. Okay, let's check the firewall. So we're done with the principal key, and then we're done with the okay. Let me just let's check the database once. Okay. So this is a source database, right? So let me just check the access for this thing as well. Okay, we need to set that, and that only it's set already. Where is it? My working still. Okay. successful. Let's create this. Alright guys, now link service for Azure SQL database is successful. Now let's let's go for the step. So while loading the, I mean, source data to our target data, we just need to query. We are using including the query as well. So we are applying, I mean, some query based on this. So we want to change, I mean, we just want to the output where the views and like, I mean, here in our data set we are just considering the views and likes to be I mean where we want the traffic. So in order to just find the channels which has more traffics, so I am just querying over here where, so let me just do it. Select video id. So first of all, let me just see the schema as well. So you also can preview the data over here, guys. See, here is a preview of the data. So now let me use the query for this. So it would be something like select video ID, title, views, like we'll be selecting the views. I mean video ID, views, and let's say we want this only, video ID and video title only. So okay, let's put the views also. So what is our table name over here? Worksheet, right? So let me put the field as 72. Let me some random field. Alright guys, we got the data to that. Now let's choose the destination data store. Now my destination data store will be, let me just create a link service for my data lake store which I have created. So my data lake store over here is storage. Let me target DL, right? So let's choose the data lake storage gen 2 over here and then click on continue. Now let's choose the integration service one. So I'll be choosing my Azure subscription, which is pay as you go. Now my storage account name is target data lake. So I'll just choose this. So I can test the connection over here. So let me create this link service. All right. So let's click on next. So guys, for my out folder path, you can choose it. Let me just go to my storage explorer preview. So under the containers, I'll just create one container. Let me create a block container over here. Output. So guys, as I've already said, what is the difference between Gen 1 and Gen 2? So basically Gen 1 is a file system storage, which your data is distributed in blocks in hierarchical file system, and your Gen 2 is which contain both file system storage to performance and security, and your object storage for your scalability, right? So let me just choose this. Okay, so I'll be just choosing the output. Yeah, so I'll be choosing this output, and then my file name will be final. So I won't define this maximum current connection blocks, as let it you can leave it blank. Click on next. So guys, my file will be coming in text format. I just want it in text format, and my column delimiter will be comma. You can change it as well, and then row delimiter will get auto detected, which is /n, which is ending of the line, and then I just click on next. Let me just do it. Alright guys, you can also monitor this thing. So it's still in progress, guys. It's taking some time. Let's see. So we have applied manual trigger over here. You can also, as I have already said, we can schedule it minute wise, I mean, or else you can just do it hourly wise, whatever you want. You can do it in any way, guys. Let's just open this thing. It's still in progress. Let's wait for getting it succeeded. So guys, basically, let me just show you. So when we talk about this triggers, guys, basically Data Factory supports three types of triggers, which is schedule trigger, which is a trigger that invokes a pipeline on your wall clockwise schedule, and another thing is tumbling window trigger, which is a trigger that operates on your periodic interval. while also retaining in which is in retaining state, guys. So event based trigger, when we talk about that, a trigger that is responded to an event. So these are the three types of triggers which are supported on Azure Data Factory, guys. I think it might be completed. Let's just refresh this and let's see. So we have already created these linked services. We can directly choose it over here. So my source data is Azure SQL database. I'll just click on next, and then I need to apply the query again. So also, guys, let me show you one more thing. So we can just, or else let me wait. Okay. So let me query this thing. First of all, before querying on this, we will just try to query over here. It's too slow. Let's choose from everything. So let's start from. Let me validate this first. Okay. Okay, guys, this is the output which we are getting. So it should work actually. So the query is working. That's why we got the output. So we have given some 100 channels, and we are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the channels which are getting the at most traffic as per my constraint, which I have set to my data set. So just click on next. Yeah. So I'll be choosing my data lake storage as my destination data store, which we have already defined, which is the linked service. So let me choose this thing output. Yeah, with this file name, you can just test this connection. All right, guys, it got validated. Now let's finish this thing. Now let me just let's move ahead to storage accounts and check whether that they got updated or not. So this is my target database, and I think it should be under process still. So let me open it in Storage Explorer preview mode. Still getting loaded, I think. Yeah, it's successful.
First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay as you go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So, there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So, to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity, you will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services, if you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. And then S3 and blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay per hour model and pay per minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down. Because AWS does not have a pay per minute model yet, it charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you are running the same server, Linux server in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes, in AWS you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are three main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IIS, which is basically a web server, and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the back end part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the three main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the three most basic roles. And the next question is, so this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the three most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've chosen databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform or it can be basically anything. But here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform, and I also would say databases, because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record, or structure information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage, and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform, because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is, if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it. And in service bus you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services. You can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is, storage queues are simple, REST-based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns, which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, so the next question is, what is table storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, so now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically, an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have 3 different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike. And inside Adidas, you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity, which defines that particular entity. So inside a table, there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities, there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It's a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is. The next question is, what is auto scaling in Azure? So what is auto scaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you've done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are two virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has two virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website. So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. And there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have 2 virtual machines and the work overload goes very high.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So right now you want one virtual machine, so it will launch one virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the 3 virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch one more. And again, if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch one more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it? So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code, and you can integrate it with Azure App Services so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, makes, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity, that is, you can launch any number of services, it can go up, it can go down, you can have any number of users, you can provide the access to users, you can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to maintain, monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users, so anyone can use it, while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization, you can launch applications. So you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users, a mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity, private cloud, and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud, and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter as such. But if you're trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or Azure CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account, so you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes, what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager? So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are 3 distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name servers, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with auto scaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines and connect 2 auto scaling groups together, in which the Traffic Manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one auto scaling group there is app 1, in another auto scaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the Traffic Manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 auto scaling group. So this is how you can use Traffic Manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure Portal automatically calculates your existing charges, as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge, even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure, a portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself, and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure portal itself. And also you can access Azure portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is Elastic Pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL Database Elastic Pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an Elastic Pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an Elastic Pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the Elastic Pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that Elastic Pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is Elastic Pool. Next is, what is your SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily because it is basically the same relational database on your local system hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply, SQL Azure Database is a database server running in the Azure data center and to which you are given remote access to so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility, and security in the core. Microsoft Azure SQL Database has an element, it makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database because it does not take backup. It has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is, what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about 3 maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in Azure Data Factory, Intellipaat provides an Azure Data Factory certification training for DP200 and DP201, and you can check out those details in the description box below. Now let's continue this session. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table, and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BL OB, which is basically binary large objects. Blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So that's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place, so that it is easier to access them. Also, finally, you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So to be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for Azure App Service, where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service, and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will as told, it will launch servers, it will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you cannot just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into CMD let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So CMD let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So CMD lets, command lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command let. Windows PowerShell Runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate CMD let commands, which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, CMD let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using CMD let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand. on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoint, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an HD Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an HD Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services, and you can click on HD Insight, or you can just search HD Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm, and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and HD Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
As such, it is a distributed, fault-tolerant, open-source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase, and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is HD Insight. So HD Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm, or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch HD Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch HD Insight, you'll just have to go to the HD Insight cluster, and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So HD Insight, again, it's an analytics service, and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Mission? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis, in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys, and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1, it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0, it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see. This is for sentiment analysis. And key phrase extraction, in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the Text Analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that The best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the dataset and call this API to run on the dataset and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a text analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment, and the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer: migration, a migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is, what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a role's instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. So we've come to the last question of this session, guys. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in Azure Data Factory, Intellipaat provides an Azure Data Factory certification training for DP200 and DP201, and you can check out those details in the description box below. Okay guys, that's it for this particular session. So I hope this session was helpful and informative for you. If you have any queries, leave a comment down below.